Hello everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What is going on? I've just realised my things are coming through the wrong holes. How's everyone doing? Monday night, 28th of July. And we're going to be doing a little bit of... I had a little request last week from someone to say, can we go through the spreadsheet and the profit and loss spreadsheet? So I thought it'd be a nice idea to get Soph in. I'm not late. How dare you? Thought it'd be a nice idea to get Soph in. She looks so happy to be. Because Soph is an official credit controller. What are you? Credit controller. So she's pretty good with all the spreadsheets and stuff. And I just thought I'd show you guys how I've been keeping track of stuff. Really easy to follow along and copy. All you need is either a Google account or an Office 365 account. You do it all online. It's all cloud-based, so you don't have to save it onto your computer or anything like that. Raven, welcome. Dino, welcome. Daz, Jed, Steve. Everyone all right? Dino, what was the video the other day that you sent me, and where was it? Was it on WhatsApp or Instagram? I can't remember. You sent me a video and we were gonna talk about it. Oh, the bag hasn't arrived yet. Steve, I'm so sorry. So, can you do me a favour?
What?
I keep forgetting to post my good to vacuum pole bag to Steve. Can you, if I give you his address, can you sort it? It's in a box and it's in the shed, and I keep forgetting. And you're good at that sort of stuff because you do vintage and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but what sort of parcel is it?
It's just a bag. It's just a bag. It's a box within a. It's a bag within a box.
What sort of label are you getting?
I don't know.
Oh, you actually don't know what you're doing?
No.
Yeah, I saw it.
Thank you. Soph's gonna sort it, mate. So if you come in here next week and it's not been sorted, it's out of my hands, mate. I'm afraid. Come on, Soph. No, I can rely on you. Is anyone interested in this? In
Christy sees me.
there's so this is, it's like a profit and loss form, and it's a really easy way to keep track of your income and your expenses. Super simple, free. You don't need to pay any subscription to any sort of service or anything. So I thought it'd be a nice way to start the stream. Justin posted something the other day that I thought was quite interesting. Let me see if I can find it though. Let me see if I can find it. How's everyone's week starting out? Are we busy yet? I think we need to get another poll going in the chat as a weekly update to see how many of us are busy. I'll do it on the laptop because it's probably easier. Evening time, it's time this perfectly, got dinner made and ready to learn. Nice, Matt. Nice. I'm glad you feel like this is a place that you can come and learn something. That's very cool. Are we busy? Start poll. Just gives us a sort of an idea every week, I think, as to where people are in terms of how much work we've got coming in. You know what I mean? Seen your Facebook post. What's the drama on that job? Oh, so it wasn't a big deal. It was just we got there. We got to this job in Henley and Arden, and it was this one here. And the the lady answered the door and she said, "Oh, do you need an outdoor tap?" And when you hear those words, you know you're in for a bit of a rocky ride. And I quoted this one remotely. This was just Google Earth, so I didn't have a decent picture of the back garden or anything. And she went, "Oh, do you need an outdoor tap?" And I went, "Yeah." And I already spotted one. There was one under her front window. Just there, look. You can see where we've plugged in. But she said it's not connected, it doesn't work. I was like, okay, alright. So I had a look under the sink and it was literally just a tap that you turn on, so that was good. Turn the tap on. But it had been plumbed round into the shed down the side, and all the fittings, her neighbour had sorted it out for her, but all the fittings were like finger tight, they were just falling apart. So all these brass locking fittings and stuff, I turned it on, it had really good pressure, but it was just like spraying out everywhere. And so we ended up having to divert the water and shut off half of the supply, and it was like really awkward. But as this lady was stepping back into the house, she tripped, and it was so slow motion, but it looked like she was sort of going down and then she caught herself. And so I went to grab her, but I thought, oh, she's okay. And then she went down again and smashed her face off the floor. And she's got a massive lump, and she's got like a huge bruise on her cheek, and she started to get a black eye as we were there. She'd done her shoulder in and stuff, and she was all right at the time. She couldn't get back up, so we were left her there for a second, just made sure she was okay, and then eventually got her back to her feet. And she seemed okay. And with the older generation, you're never sure, because I'd never met the lady before. I didn't know whether this was a regular thing or whether it was a one-off, or whether she actually tripped, or whether she was. Sometimes I used to work for Lifeline and stuff, and sometimes when people aren't very well, they can they seem fine on the face of things, and then because you don't know their history, or you don't know them as a person, there might be some like underlying thing that actually they're not quite right today, but you don't know that because you've never met them before. You just think this is how they are. And so I was just trying to establish whether this is her, whether this was, a one-off or not. She said, "No, honestly, I'm fine. And then today we went back round to do the resanding, and she said I'm sort of worse than I thought I was. I was fine yesterday, but I've spent all day in bed today. I've had to call in sick off work because she helps her friend at work, and she's got this massive bruise. She said, I'm bruised all over. I've knackered my shoulder, so it's a lot worse than what she thought it was, but at least she's got a clean patio, eh? Gutter vac bag paid 55 for mine, lucky man. I'm only interested in profit.
We'll have to do Stony Park.
Okay.
The next one is only November.
I think
October.
Stony Park's where the
Show is, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. There's nothing else.
I think Soph should kick you off the PC and load up Daisy, the good old Twitch days. Yeah. Have you been watching my old VODs? Oh god. Hello Liam. How far have you been driving for a commercial ting? Mills, welcome. Evening Jake and Soph, shout out to the Cedars for his 1 million hits on his Titan TikTok content. Well done, Cedars. Where can I get a bag for my hose or gutter vac? I think gutter vacuum systems do a hose bag. We've got 27 votes. 59% of you say you are busy now. Or say you've got... What was the question? Are we busy? 59% of you say you're busy. 27 votes. That leaves 41% of people that are not busy. Love those pavers. They are beautiful, aren't they? Come up really well. Stephen. Looking forward to another show. Driveway resanding tomorrow. Then doing a customer's patio. 13 jobs in the last 5 weeks. Well done. Never bought so much hypo. What's your mate's name on Discord who does the solar bird proofing? His name is Callum. You might struggle to tag him because he's got a Russian name for some reason. I can send you his number if you like, Daz. He's in the Discord somewhere. So Justin says in the Discord, he said, thoughts and observations and challenges of an exterior cleaner. I thought I'd just share some thoughts that I've been having these past couple of weeks about what it's like to be self-employed as an exterior cleaner. This is my second season as a full-time exterior cleaning business, and it's my sole source of income. Up until starting this business, I've always been full-time employed. Being self-employed is fantastic, suits me down to the ground, and at the same time it's terrifying, anxiety-driven roller coaster. The worry is constantly there. When is my next inquiry going to come in? How am I going to do this job? Is this customer even going to pay me? What I've learned since going self-employed, it never stops. You don't clock off at 5 p.m. and go home and put your feet up like when you were employed by someone else. There's always something to do to drive your business forward. Just because you put the tools down doesn't mean work's finished. It just means that that's when the admin starts. Quotes, inquiries, invoicing, advertising, researching, buying, on and on it goes. Work comes in fits and starts. I've never heard that phrase before, have you? Fits and starts. It's not like being employed where you go to work 9 to 5 every day. When you're self-employed, some weeks will be flat out with work, some weeks there'll be hardly any work. Advertising is a hungry beast and it's never satisfied. People need to know my business exists. It's my job to tell them. Nobody's going to go out of their way to find me, and that's how it works. It's very, very scary pumping hundreds of pounds a month into advertising, especially when sometimes it seems it gives very little back.
Okay.
Whether it's spending a few hundred on leaflets, Facebook ads or Google ads, it's all money going out, hoping something comes back in. This next bit is probably going to be a bit controversial. You will not be a successful startup business if you only offer pressure washing. There, I said it. Some people will be. Some people are hustlers, happy to go out and turn over every rock to find work. If you have bills to pay and commitments, I think you need a steady, reliable income stream that pressure washing just doesn't give. One thing I wish I knew when I first made the change to self-employed was how hard it is. I thought I knew before I started, but I was wrong. It's tough, it's very tough with all sorts of challenges I've never experienced before. The easy bit was buying the gear. It's far easier spending money than it is earning it. I didn't write this to put anyone off starting their business. At the same time, I don't want to encourage anyone to start their business. It's not for everyone. We all have our own path to follow. Anyways, just a bit of reflection on my experience. I think those are wise words. I think that was definitely worth reading out because I read it and I thought, oh, we don't often hear perspectives from other people that have made the leap and then are still here to tell the story. Yes. Yeah. 56 miles done a day minus CIS tax. Evening exterior essentials, welcome. House to a home, still quiet. Hope it picks up before the end of summer. Has anybody's work dropped off a cliff? Thinking about taking a job and going part-time with my exterior cleaner. I'm still on my first year. First year is definitely tough. You've got none of those reoccurring customers like you do get on the second year. I actually underestimated those returning customers on the second year. I didn't think it was going to happen, but people do get back in touch and they ask you for gutter clearing and then to do the patio again. And I thought I'd never see these customers again. But when I saw that change in year 2, I thought, oh my God, I need to start treating these customers as if it's going to be like a lifelong relationship rather than just like a one-off transaction. And Matt. I rate the honesty. Ray, welcome. That's deep. Hoping to leave my full-time employment in a few months. Never been self-employed before, but those concerns feel very real. But working that hard for yourself feels far more rewarding. It definitely is. Yeah, it's a better feeling putting all that effort and time and energy into your own thing rather than someone else's thing. And he's absolutely right about not switching off. I struggle to switch off, don't I? I'm always thinking about the business. It's the last thing I think about when I go to sleep and the first thing I think about when I wake up. Should we do some spreadsheets? What are you doing still awake, Whirly? You cheeky monkey.
Just gotta go put some cream on it.
Okay. What's that?
Maybe it is finished.
Oh dear.
Oh, you got your cream here.
It's gone past.
I thought we could potentially go through my pricing later on as well. Is anyone interested in... I think it's about time that I listed every single service that I offer and put the relevant pricing next to it, because over the next couple of months, when while I'm working with Rich, and Rich is going to be doing quotes as well, and thinking about the potential of an admin assistant or someone to help with quotes. I think I need to get like a pricing structure for every single job, like a super clean, easy to read pricing structure. And so maybe we could go through that together. Jake, what's the opinion on the yellow high-vis hose? The high pressure one, the one that I got from AC Pressure Washers. The hose itself is brilliant. The way it feels, the way it winds back onto the reel, it's like super smooth, super nice. But as with any hose, it still marks. I think it probably marks worse than the black hose that Jakey uses. In fact, it 100% marks worse than that one. Certain surfaces as well, it marks worse on, but almost every job, I'm leaving like yellow marks on everything, unfortunately. But I think that's normal with any high pressure hose, because it's the vibrations. It's not necessarily dragging it. It's when it's sat there vibrating, and also things like if it's sat in hypo and stuff, that can deteriorate the outsides. Oh Jesus! What are you doing?
She just decided to do a forward roll.
Into the door.
Why did she go? You did.
Thinking I need to invest in some steam cleaning setup soon. We don't have the space for steam cleaning stuff at the minute. I haven't got the available footprint in the van for a boiler. Can you do that in the other room? Because
No, you don't.
they can hear everything you're saying. Steam doesn't help you sell any work. That's interesting. That's an interesting perspective. You don't think being able to advertise the fact that you do steam cleaning. Someone got in touch the other day and said, can you steam blast my roof or my patio? I think he got confused with... He called it steam blasting. And even when I went round and discussed our method and stuff, he sort of chased me up afterwards a couple of hours later, and he said, when you quote to do the steam blasting, I was like, just to confirm, we don't use steam. Cold water and chemicals. But so you don't think being able to say we do steam cleaning, you don't think that's valuable at all to... I'd say more established businesses where they've got the DOF systems and they do a lot of heritage stuff. I can imagine steam comes into it. Commercial stuff, I can imagine steam comes into it. Do you mean like having a calculator that your customer can use on your site to get estimated cost for each service? Jed, no. With my pricing, no, I don't want customers to be working out the price, because there's so much variation in each job, which is why it's so difficult. It's like, it'd be great if I could just put a calculator up on the website. The customer can measure their drive and get the exact price, but my price changes with every job based on like drainage and location and water flow and stuff. Would love to hear more about pricing typical services. Cool. Right then. So, if you want to take over,
No.
what are we going to be using? Is it Office 365, or are we going to be doing Google Sheets? I think Google Sheets are probably more accessible for people. I can't remember if you have to pay for Office 365.
Why don't you do what everyone's got?
Let's do Google Sheets, because anyone with a Google account can get access to Google Sheets. So we're just going to do a little bit of spreadsheeting, just a bit of freestyle spreadsheeting.
I haven't done enough today.
Yeah, so I've been working all day, making spreadsheets.
All day.
Let's sign into.
No, don't tell them I'm making spreadsheets, because that's not true.
Oh, I've got no storage. Does anyone else have it where
It's me, Alia.
Does anyone else have it where their Google account is just constantly telling them to upgrade and buy storage? Even on my phone now, when I go onto my pictures on my phone, the default Photos app, it's having a go at me saying I haven't got enough storage, and it's like,
What?
I've got plenty of storage on my phone. You know what I mean? Google Docs, Google Sheets. Okay, so when you pull up, I think this is on Google Drive, actually. And you can go into, Google Docs. Here we go. So Google Docs, and you want to click on Google Sheets. So anyone can do this. We're going to be doing like a profit and loss form. So this is where I'll put all my income and all my expenses, and it just keeps track of everything. It calculates it, so you got a running total next to it, and it will also calculate 20% of that to go towards, to tell you how much you need to save for your tax, basically. So it'll do your income minus your expenses, gives you your profit, and then 20% of your profit you want to be putting aside for tax. And I think it's really good just to get an idea before you send stuff off to your accountant and stuff. Just get an idea of how much you're going to be spending. So we're going to make a new spreadsheet. Soph, do you want to take the wheel?
No.
Come on. Come on.
No, you can do it. I'll just.
The whole point is that you're going to do it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you how to do it.
That wasn't the plan.
I'm stressed now. It's too
Why?
much pressure.
No, it's not. Come on. Let me sit down. Yeah.
But I didn't even make this.
Yeah, but you know what to do.
Oh, I don't want that. Thank you. Why do you want that?
No reason. You'll be able to hear notifications and stuff. So you can follow along with this actually if you want. If you've got a Google account, Google Docs. So the first one, we want the date, don't we? We're going to create some drop-down menus at the top. And dogs are going ham, aren't they?
Yeah.
Repointing job today, grinding out. Today feels like shooting myself. Then cleaning it has to be the worst drainage possible. Oh dear. Who's seen the new Happy Gilmore? I have not. Steve, welcome. Too tight to pay for YouTube Premium, too tight to pay for Google Drive. I've got Google Drive. I've just got multiple accounts, so I don't have to, you know.
So should I do the headings first?
Do we need the date and the month?
Well, the months, then you can, on your second tab, you can like sum it all up, can't you?
Okay.
So in the month of this, then you can.
I'm just going to zoom in a bit so people can actually see.
Okay.
So date, month, or you could swap them around if you want to. It's up to you. Whatever you think. So the customer column. Customer column is where we're going to put our. It's the name of our customer. The next column is going to be income. The next one's going to be the supplier. So this is for your expenses. So you want to be able to filter by like certain shops, certain suppliers. If you want to know how much you've spent at PWS, for example, it's nice to be able to filter that information. The next one is description. So this is going to be what you're laughing at.
Soph about to drop some serious VLOOKUPs on that sheet. Spreadsheet jokes.
Cedars, welcome.
We kind of find the description a little bit not necessary, don't we?
Yeah, description's mainly for the accountant though.
Yeah.
Because I've had a couple of queries on my spreadsheet, and they're asking what is, van sale. What's van sale mean? And so I've had to. It's nice to be able to check that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Are we going to do category on this one? Because you need to sort of predefine them later, don't you? Or do you not?
What do you mean?
Because they're on a separate page, aren't they? The categories.
No, well, that's why we have the categories to pull it through to the other page.
Okay.
And I think it's good to see what you're spending on each thing.
Mm-hmm. I'll scooch in a bit.
Where? Where?
Just so you're closest to the mic.
Where's Mike?
And then expenses. This looks like it's going to be a lot of information, but once you start using it, it's very simple. Cumulative expenses. So this is going to be the running total of your expenses. And then cumulative income.
Is that even how you spell it?
That's fine. Income minus expenses. So what's that called? You should know this.
Like gross?
Net. Is it net or gross?
No, gross profit.
Gross.
Let me to put gross?
Yeah. Or actually, just for ease, put income minus expenses, because if I get confused with that, the chances are some other people are as well. The next one is tax, in brackets 20%. There was a thing where
Can't even see numbers here.
Neil was suggesting that I do 29%. 20% is tax. 9% is
National insurance.
national insurance. Yeah, but that hasn't seemed to be necessary because it all sort of works out in the end. Right.
So we're just going to make these bold. Oh, where am I on this?
Oh, you don't use this one, do
I
you?
don't use it.
You use Excel?
I'm an Excel gal.
Okay. So, do we need to do anything at this point? Or do we start putting data in and then working it out from there?
So I think we need to put some formulas in. So equals month of a year. Yeah.
Are these the same
Let's try this.
Are these the same formulas as Excel?
I don't know. This is the problem that I'm going to have.
Well,
We'll find out.
figure it out.
So we need the month of that one.
What did you just do?
It's not the right one. So we want to be able to say let's use today's date. Today's date, and we want this to be able to pick up that that's July and just put July 25.
Okay.
So it's usually month end.
No.
It's not that.
Okay.
The function, but we can just look what we've got here.
This is
So-
different one, isn't it?
No?
Equals text B2 month, year.
Oh, okay. Isn't it weird that way? I'm lost. Because if we just put month B2. Yeah, it's not liking that.
Format the date. Format the date. We're super zoomed in as well, aren't we?
Yeah, I can't see anything. Where's the Usually around here. Nope.
Oh, to say that it's a date, not a
Yeah, not a-
currency.
Or
Try
something
zooming out a
else.
little bit. Scroll wheel. Is it better to do it in Excel because that's what you know?
Yeah, because like, where's even the?
Try format the whole column. Press B. Do. Conditional formatting, no?
Hmm.
It's
Try.
this, isn't it? But
It's usually there. Format. Go format.
where?
To left.
Oh, here we go.
Number and then not number. Date. Yeah.
Is that the American one though? It didn't change anything. Icon that looks like E. Oh, that one.
No, that's autos. Oh. Yeah, it's auto son.
I
Okay.
forgot I was sub to you, then I was an account takeover scam stream. I thought it was an account takeover scam. Oh dear.
What have we got there? B2.
Will this be the same? Because it's.
Oh, I don't know actually. Is that not? It's not. That's Excel, isn't it? Swear to God.
Do you want to do it in Excel?
Yes, I do. We'll be whizzing by then.
Don't know if I've got Excel on this computer.
You. Oh.
This is going well, isn't it?
Let me copy all those.
What?
Don't cross it. Copy it.
Okay.
I wonder if you can actually copy it. Ugh, it's so weird.
Yeah. So the functions aren't going to really be relevant now, are they? Because
Why?
well, because they're all going to be. If people want to do this for free and they don't want to download Excel, like me, I'm a tight ass.
Can you just let me do that?
Yep. Sorry. Right, we're in Excel now. Too tight to pay for Excel. Need to format it as UK date.
Yeah, I don't know how to work that though.
Jack's going to be back on the alcohol by the end of this episode. LibreOffice.
Stressful. Right, so we're gonna go equals month. Oh, EO month. That's what it is. End of month.
You can access 365 online if you don't have them installed. Just need an Outlook account. Oh, okay.
Then we go date. Huh, start date.
I think we're getting stuck on the first hurdle here. I think we should have planned this before we started.
Yeah.
To make sure we can do it.
Don't be nasty to me.
No, I'm not.
I think it's month end. Yeah.
Hey!
No, it's not the right
Is
one.
that not right?
What do I want? There's 12 months.
We could try Office Online and just copy from my spreadsheet. That's easier.
What? This usually works.
Crystal Clean, welcome. He's cooking. He's cooking. Oh no.
That's literally what he's got there.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the date. Maybe it's the short date. No, not liking it. Never mind. Okay.
Equals monthly is fine.
That's
Equals monthly?
huh? Monthly?
Dunno.
That's not one.
Text B2MMMM.
Month. Huh?
Once we get past this first hurdle, the rest is easy. Promise. We don't even need this bit. Do you think we should just check that? Just.
I want this bit.
Okay.
Oh, I know why I didn't do it. It's because of the mongrels.
What?
Where's the little bits? Do we need? Where's the little two ones? The two.
here.
Yeah, them. Movement. Yeah. There we go.
You got it? No, you haven't.
7th.
Kind of.
It's meant to be text though.
Try MMMN. I did it.
No,
How
it's
did
meant
I
to
do
have
it?
the year.
No, we don't need the year.
Yeah, we do.
It's month.
There we go.
Okay.
We got it.
So who got it?
We got it as a collective.
So can you just highlight just highlight the thing? So it's equals text B2 comma. What are these called?
Yeah.
So B2 is just the next cell, is it? And then can we drag down from that?
Yeah. So you just go all the way down.
Okay. Do we drag down from that one as well, or does
Well, no, you have, that's what you fill out, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you say.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's just do a couple of dates in here in the future. Why is it not doing it?
Because you haven't dragged. I deleted them.
Okay. Right, next one. That was stressful. So these are going to be a mix of income and expenses. We're just going to put them all on the same rows. It doesn't actually matter where they go because it will sort it out by date order, which I think is useful.
No, but we still put them on separate lines.
We do put them on separate lines, yeah, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to put them on certain ones.
No. So we put Janet. Yeah, so you've done this and not even like put any
Put any what?
old ones on.
We don't need old ones.
Yeah, but then we can show them that we can put it into any date order.
That's a good idea.
So
Is everyone with us
£200.
so far?
£200, and we'll put this to accounting.
What have you just done? Tell people what you just
Sorry, so I've highlighted the whole row, column, and I've put that to accounting. So that comes up as dollar.
done. And what did you do for the other one? For the dates? That was, you highlighted the row and you changed that drop down menu there.
Yeah, to short date.
Okay, perfect. So it formats it properly. Ultra patient with me. I feel like I'm being the patient.
Hang on. Hang on a minute. I didn't even make that spreadsheet.
I don't know. Where's Neil when you need it?
I can't tell if it's love or sock on. So I'm just going to do the same with all of these, because all of these are going to be
Monies.
the accounting. Right, so we're going to do £200 in that. What I'm also going to do is what?
What? I don't think they need a category, do they? No, the income doesn't need a category.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm doing the drop down box. Yeah.
Okay. What are you doing?
Trying to find drop down box. You know what I mean?
What? So,
Don't you?
So that you can filter it?
Yeah.
She's used to dealing with young kids.
And the way
I want you to come and do all my admin and my quoting and my accounting.
Why?
Because you'd be good at it. I mean, I say you'd be good at it.
I can't even find a drop down box.
I mean, you just gotta.
What was on here? This is the thing. I will get there, but I'm not quick with it. I'm still.
Isn't it filter?
No, filters. When you can choose.
Don't worry about that at the moment. If it's going to confuse things, don't worry about it.
What? Okay, and then we'll do a supplier.
So this is an
Expense.
expense.
What, say sand?
You know me too well. Category, that would be consumable.
Materials, or however you want to do it. I will get a drop down box here so we know what we're using.
Love an Excel spreadsheet. Keith, welcome. Apply filter to top row.
Right. This. Yeah, we'll do that at the end, but I mean, we can do it now. But we're adding a filter. So we can just put it by, then put it by oldest to you.
Yeah, so
Oldest
you
to
can
newest.
sort by oldest to newest, or you can just check what you took in like April, for example.
So sand.
Let's put something realistic like £56.40.
That's sad. So cumulative.
Let's put some more in first, so we've got some data to actually
Okay.
work out.
Fuel.
Mm-hmm.
Tesco.
Or something. Or Morrison's.
Fuel. And
Drop down
then-
creation is under the data tab. Oh, there you go.
Thanks. 50.
Mm-hmm. I always put 50 quid in my van.
Mm-hmm.
Every time. I don't know why.
I want to put this drop down in.
I think it's the sweet spot between not overloading the van with too much fuel to last me a couple of days.
Can't see this.
What you after?
The drop down. He's told me about it, so I'm like. No.
Don't worry about it. Let's move on.
Why do you hate me?
I don't hate you. It's just I want to get it done so that people can follow along, so they're not losing interest and just going on to the next thing.
He hates.
Malcolm. What's Malcolm's surname? Veneer.
Teeth.
What made you think of that?
Don't know.
We've done a patio repoint for 960 quid. It was only a small patio.
When he's paid us
He's paid.
on the 31st.
Wake me up when we get there. Create a list first, find the actual name bit.
Gecko, I'm not allowed to make the list right now. He's strapping with me.
Let's do James. And we did his gutters, faces and soffits for £175. I remember that one well. Fond memories of James. I should be writing a large quote, but I'm thrilled to watch spreadsheets. Let's do some more expenses.
What was the date?
And the magic's going to happen when we do like a cumulative total on this. You're asking me what the date is, like they're actually like real.
Mm-hmm. For them.
Let's do Clean Link. Shout out Clean Link, new official sponsor of the channel. Welcome Clean
Is that
Link.
how you spell it?
Yeah, and we're going to get some Nexus Titan from them. And that's going to be materials. And we ordered about 6 Nexus Titans, so we're talking roughly 480 quid, maybe.
We done now?
420 quid. Doesn't matter, does it?
Not really, no.
Well done, Cedars. Right, should we put some of this together? Can we make the text pretty so we know what's expenses and what's income? Can I do this bit?
Yep.
Because I enjoy this bit. I'm going to do a little background. A nice...
You don't want to do the top one, do you?
No, I don't. I do actually. I'm going to change it afterwards. We do a nice light background. A bit of pale red. There we go. These are expenses. These are outgoings. And then the income is going to be a nice light green. Cool. Cumulative expenses. So these are going to be this row plus the row before.
Yep. So we'll start at 0.
Zero plus what?
That, yep.
Enter.
That's just for the first one. And then for the rest of them, it's go back in. No.
Oh, bollocks. I'm sorry. This one?
Yeah, so we're going to go that one. Plus
Equals
the top.
So this one is that.
Yeah.
Plus that. Hey.
And then you can drop that down.
And now what we do here is drag down. And it's going to keep track of our cumulative expenses. And is there a way of filling this so that it just, you don't have to keep dragging it down?
Yeah, just double click.
Why is that?
Don't know. Just double click.
Double click that. So that'll go forever.
As long if this is filled in, then it should go down. Yeah.
If the rest are filled in.
What I thought we should be doing is probably minuses. We did minuses on the other one, didn't we?
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, good idea. And then these are going to be an even deeper red.
Can I do something for you? Can I?
It depends.
Ugh, no.
Do you not like it?
No.
Oh. You do it then.
Look, there's a.
Oh, that's a good idea. So
There's
if it's a minus number,
yeah.
it's lower, less than. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Cumulative income.
Or we could do less than 1, but whatever.
Can you do the first one? Cumulative income
Yep.
equals 0 plus that one over there, is it?
Yeah.
200. Enter.
And then that next one equals that plus that.
And you only have to do that once. You just set that up and then drag down. Can we do that formatting? Yeah. Highlight greater than 0. Fill with green. Beautiful.
Like that.
Yeah, perfect.
Let me just sort this one out.
Bet this won't be repeated. What this doing this together, maybe. Bit of a late today. Jumped on to see the Italy flag and what's going on. This is not an Italy flag. This is some deep hardcore accounting. We love the colour formatting. Shall I go make us some coffee? No. Income minus expenses. So this one is. Can I do this one? Can I try it?
I don't know if you'll be able to.
See if I remember. This one's going to be equals our income minus our cumulative expenses. So it's best to do this cumulatively so that it keeps track of everything as you go. Enter. And I'm going to drag this down. And now this is our true profit, which is called gross, is it?
It's not. Yeah.
Greater than 0. So it makes it green. Oh, I done that wrong. Greater than 0. And then we're going to fill it with green.
I don't want it the same as the other one.
Do we not?
Go yellow with dark yellow.
No, I don't like that. Maybe.
Okay.
No, I'm going green again. Right, this is where the magic happens. We're gonna work out the tax, or roughly how much tax you're gonna need to be setting aside to make sure you've got that little pot of cash available to pay HMRC at the end of the year. So we're gonna do equals this column. Is it divided by? No, times. I'm going to do multiplied by 0.2 because that'll be 20%, yeah?
Or times. You can just literally put 20% in the spreadsheet and it works.
Oh, you can type in 20%.
Times 20%, yeah.
Okay. And this column, of course, is going to be...
Do you want to do it as a minus?
Yes, I do.
So times minus 0.2.
Ooh. How do I change the thing now? Times minus 0.2.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's pretty good. That was a little bit. That's
Just
weird.
double click there.
Double click.
Yeah. See how that goes in here.
Hey, look at that. So according to this spreadsheet, at this point in the year, why didn't it do the red? Didn't do the red. That's done.
I think you did great at them.
Huh?
I feel like you did.
Oh. Something's happening.
You're ruining my spreadsheet. That's what's happening.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
Right, good. So according to our spreadsheet, we've made actual profit. That doesn't seem right. How does that work? How have we made more when we minus that?
Oh, because you've added, you've minused it rather than took it away.
Instead of adding.
Because it's a minus.
Yeah.
So you just need to add it.
So we can change this here.
Yeah. Plus.
From minus to plus. And that will change all of them.
Yep.
No, because we need to do the next one as well.
No.
I'll drag down.
There we go.
Hey, that looks better. So our actual profit is £808 and we need to pay £161 in tax. So most people look at this number and think, oh my god, I've made so much money, but they've forgot to take off their 20% tax. They're absolute numpties. That's not right either.
Here it is.
Here it is. Here it is. Perfect. Oh man.
So then for this one,
Net cumulative profit, what's that?
so we're just taking the gross profit.
Yeah, this was just a little fancy thing I did on the end, just so I could see actually how much money I've made. Minus tax, which I think is worth knowing. So what you're left with, what's actually yours.
And then, sorry, that was a bit quick, wasn't it?
That's okay.
And then the best thing to do is put this oldest to newest.
Stick it in date order.
Yeah. And then that will all move over.
What's happened there? What have you done?
We probably should have put it in date order first.
Have you ruined it?
No, it's just... We've just done it.
I'm going to put this in the Discord. I'm going to save the file and put it in the Discord so anyone can play with it and start making their own spreadsheet if they want to. If anyone finds that useful.
Because we should have changed it first. Shouldn't we? Know what I'm saying?
I do.
And then that should all work.
So we've temporarily gone into a loss
In
that bit because we've
we
spent more on expenses than we have on income.
yeah, but it all works out to be the same.
Yep. Sweet.
You've put your conditional formatting has gone array there.
Array.
Array. See. You've absolutely,
Oh, have I messed it up?
yeah, bigger than 0.
The one thing that I did. You can imagine when you get a lot of data on this sheet and you've got lots of different, you've got 12 months of the year and you want to sort of start, you can start creating graphs and it can tell you how much you took in January and then February, and you can just see where you've been busiest. You can see where you spent the most money. You can see how much money you've spent on fuel. Is it worth sorting by category? So if you want to just look at how much you spent on fuel, you just stick that drop down menu down and just go like that.
But yeah.
What are you doing?
I was wanna do.
You trying to do your drop down?
Yep. Where did you say it was? Data validation.
I don't think you're gonna get it.
Why?
No joke.
You will.
That would be cool. Can we put a few more entries in different months and then see it output a graph profit for each month? Yes. Should we do some now? And then we can spit out a graph afterwards.
Well, yeah, it might be easier to do it. You know what we did on there? Because then it accumulates it all into one. Or not.
How long would that take, do you think, if we were to do that now?
Don't know. You can do some dates then.
I'm gonna swap over. I'll put some income in, so we can get a nice fancy graph at the end of it. Oi oi oi! It's hot in here, isn't it? Do you want to open that door a little bit? Me and Jakey are having a bit of an easier week this week because the last few weeks have been a bit mayhem, and so we're only putting jobs in. We're only putting a couple of jobs in a day instead of going crazy with it.
Harry said, you've hovered over the drop down list button so many times it's making me sweat. I'm under pressure though, because you're literally like, if it takes longer than a minute, you can't do it.
Yeah, I'm just.
You can't bore everyone.
People are turning off by the troves, by the thousands.
Don't ask me to help you next time.
I'm only joking. I'm joking. Don't be sad. I'll get you McFlurry later. Got a little smile.
They can't see because you don't want them to stream anymore.
I'm just putting a few more dates in. Just so we can get some more income on the list. Peggy. I'm gonna grab these again.
You've put some in January. Can you delete the January one?
No, I want January.
You're gonna have to rejig the whole.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Well, if you put it in date order, you will.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, you don't have to put it in date order, I suppose.
You want them ahead of where we are now?
Where the April one, because that's the first one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That'll do, innit? And then I'll do that again. And then we'll do supplier. Let's spend some more money at Clean Link. Let's go Travis Perkins again. Let's go Smart Seal.
Tools,
What?
food, lunch.
Oh yeah.
Cooking good.
Let's go KFC.
Equipment hire for civil lift.
TFM. Plant hire. Good thinking.
Is that the shop?
Dormer. Description, poll. Let's go water-fed poll. If anyone's got any questions, by the way, about stuff that isn't related to spreadsheets, this is probably a good time to ask. So we're going to use these categories multiple times, so it's good to use like similar ones for each. So
A drop down.
if you can define things by materials, tools, fuel, labour, and stick with the same ones, that's useful. Get some more sand, materials, Smart Seal, sealer, materials, KFC, food. What would that be? Lunch?
No, food.
Food. These descriptions are good for your accountant and for HMRC to get an idea of what you've been up to, rather than just having no description and it being super vague. Would chemicals be consumables? Probably would, wouldn't they?
I'll just put materials.
Just lump it in the same one. Hire? What would that be? Plant, like hire?
Plant machinery or equipment hire you've got on here.
Okay. Is Jakey still with you? Yes, he is, yeah. Jakey's gone to HR. There are two boxes, one with a tick, one with a cross. It's not clear on the toolbar.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's there.
There,
Nope, right.
there.
Down.
You want me to do it?
Up to you.
List.
Mhm.
Source.
You can do like materials, comma.
You want me to do it now?
Capital M.
Oof. Almost got me. Fuel.
I think you can do that.
Tool. I put tool instead of tools, but
Oh,
it's
no,
fine.
yeah.
Food. Hire. And what are we doing here? What is this?
Down.
A drop down menu so that I can select stuff instead of having to type it.
Mhm.
Right.
Hopefully.
Is that okay?
Mhm.
Hey, look at that. Clever, isn't it?
We got there.
That's clever.
Harry and everyone else who helped.
Plain link, a water-fed pole. We're going to do about 420 quid again. Sand, minus 420 quid. Sand is going to be about 36 quid because we didn't get as many this time. Sealer is going to be about 360. Lunch is going to be £11.64. Oh, that's only one meal. Let's do 2 meals. £22, £23, 28. TFM, 3 barrels of hypo, £27 each. Let's go 70, 81. Roughly. Plant hire, 230, including pickup and drop off.
He said he can sleep happy now.
Right, our expenses are going pretty wild at the minute. We've spent a lot this month.
This month, you've done it over months.
That is true. So I'm just double clicking these so that it extends the formatting down. I messed that one up. That look about right to you, Mishi?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to put it in date order. Or we just... Okay. Am I putting it in this date order or the other one?
That one's fine. Oldest to newest. Tick it again.
Oldest to newest.
Yep.
And we didn't mess anything up. Well, hey. Can we make a graph out of this? I'm about ready to get myself a Guttervac. Panther on the GVS looks very promising. Just wanted your opinion on the ideal setup. Carbon fibre versus aluminium. If you're on a budget, I think I still use the aluminium poles today. I've never put my hands on, you know, I've got some carbon fibre poles from CleanLink, but I haven't had a chance to use them yet. But since I started day one, I've been using aluminium poles. So I think they're absolutely fine. I don't think they're crazy heavy. I think they're, once you get used to them, like the first couple of weeks is going to be a bit of a learning curve because it's muscles you haven't used before, but I think aluminium poles are fine. I use the Panther. We use it every week. We keep it in the van. Very, very good for any domestic work and even light commercial work. Anything bigger than that and you're risking like losing space in the van, and you might need a different generator, like a bigger generator to power it. You might not be wanting to plug into the customer's property. What's next? How do we make a graph?
You're going to struggle with that. I mean, you could highlight those.
Income.
No, the supplier. Those 3 categories. Those 3.
What do you mean?
E to F. No. E to F. E to G, sorry.
Yeah.
And then
No, I want to make an income versus expenses graph for a couple of months. You know what I mean? I want to know how we did in April versus May.
Okay. So, no. Highlight A.
Highlight A.
A.
Control
D.
D. H.
Yeah. You not need the category.
Nah.
And go insert
Where's insert?
at top.
Here.
Recommended charts.
Hey. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that one.
I don't think it shows you very well though.
No, they're a bit ugly, aren't they?
Keep going down.
You want me to? That's all of them.
Go all charts.
All charts. Oh, these are nice.
You haven't even looked yet.
Clustered columns.
Probably a line.
3D.
That's the thing, it is a minus, isn't it? So it's going to be...
Pie. Bar. Bar charts are pretty nice.
How many man tents is our 10? How many men is our tent?
Are we talking my stag do?
No.
2-man pop-up. I don't even know where our tent is. What am I doing, Soph?
Whatever you want.
Bar
Just
chart?
look at what's nicest to look at.
It's kind of difficult, isn't it?
I don't think... I don't see why you'd want to see your income against your expenses. Surely you'd want to see what you're spending your money on most, like expenses wise.
No, we want to see our profit. We want to see our income across the year so that we can see which months were the best, I think. I mean, this is just...
So it's just income?
Yeah, well, it's income and expense. Let's just make one of them. So it lobs it in there for you, just
But if you want to see
willy-nilly.
income, you'd highlight... No. Right, get rid of that.
Quite like it, though.
But if you want to see income, you just
highlight the one.
Just highlight the... Yeah.
Oh, can you do a cumulative line?
Yeah.
That might look pretty.
So highlight the month as well. Actually, no. That's cumulative.
I want to see what this looks like. What was it? Insert. Look at that. A line. That's very cool. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could do that. I'd like to do that for other stuff. That's very cool. It's like looking at subscribers on YouTube or something. Just watching it climb up. Cool. What was the other thing you were going to say? Date. And income. Month and income. Yeah, that's a good idea. Insert. Recommended charts. That's more like what I had in my head.
Yeah.
So that's not too difficult, is it? Sum of income. We didn't do anything in May. Crap month in May. Terrible. To compare, I found it easier to have a tab summarize each month, then create a graph from that. It will take a little while though.
That's what we've got. We've got a tab summary.
Yeah.
And it's got a if function. And it pulls in everything that says workwear in April 25. Everything that pulls in food.
I love it when you talk about if functions. I think the chart.
Try it?
What, right now?
Or is it boring?
I don't know. I think the chart will display better if you select the column with income expenses.
Minus expenses.
Income minus expenses.
Yeah.
Why? What would you mean?
That would be your running gross, wouldn't it?
Oh, I see.
You could do a chart.
Where's all my data gone?
Sheet 1.
Oh. So do it when? This one.
Month and that, yeah.
Income minus expenses.
You could do the line chart, couldn't you?
Ah, recommended. Oh, I'd really like to do this for mine. That's sick.
Although, you've got lots of Augusts on there.
Oh, I'd like to do this for my actual spreadsheet. Could you do that now? For 2025? Are we in the right spreadsheet there? Oh, that's very cool. Ooh, didn't know you could do that. I'm learning stuff. Look at that. So we've got the months at the bottom. And then we've got like a... That's a really, really nice way of seeing how the business is doing. Like literally just a line. That's brilliant. You can see where you've took like a massive loss or you've bought something and then it's gone back up. Like, is there apps and stuff that show you this exact line? Your income minus expenses month by month. That was a good call, Jed. Very good call. What are you talking about, Matt? Tracy, welcome. We did this one today. I often think with this concrete, it's so much better to pre-treat it. There's a risk here where if you were to go straight in with the surface cleaner, that you can quite easily leave streaks on these concrete slabs. Quite a lot of concrete slabs actually. You risk streaking it and leaving tram lines and stuff. But we've always found that if you can pre-treat, clean it, and then do a light post-treatment afterwards if there are any black spots left over, it always comes up absolutely mint and there are no streaks or lines or marks anywhere. There's quite a lot of black spots on this one as well, so I mean we missed a few in that corner there, I've just noticed on the picture, which is kind of annoying. That's an oil stain. But other than that, came up really well. Evening Mick, welcome. Clean and post on those same results. Well, you clean them first, then post treat, and you don't get any like streaks or lines or anything. Maybe it's just me being nervous, seeing the streaks after the initial clean, and being nervous that the chemical's not going to get rid of it afterwards. I always feel like there's a good chance that you can etch concrete I mean, there is a good chance that you can etch concrete, but yeah, maybe it's in my head. Might use them for my socials Discord joke. Oh god. There's been a bit of drama in the Discord today. Unauthorized use of photos on someone's social media. We're not going to go there. Not cool. Sean's gone there. We're not going there. We're not. He's had a good telling off by everyone. We're not going there. We did one coat on this one using the pour method, and it was absolutely perfect. The results were bang on. One of the best we've done, I think. One of the most consistent finishes that we've had. And I'd sealed this about 3 years ago, I reckon. And I think a lot of the sealer had worn off. You could still see patches of sealer where the cars had been parked. But it had worn quite evenly, to be fair. It didn't look patchy like you'd expect. Like when you think you're putting a black sealer on and then it's going to sort of weather and wear over the next 3 or 4 years, you expect it to sort of look real patchy, but it didn't. It was kind of, it didn't look bad. It just needed a top up. And so we poured this on and did one top up coat and it came out almost perfect. I mean, I think it's as close to perfect as you can get, really. Oh, there's a fly. Very, very nice results on that one. And it's nice using this, using the water-based sealers, man. It's so nice compared to the solvent-based. Because even in like mildly damp conditions, or if it's rained the night before but it's dry today, you can still put this stuff down. Whereas if this was solvent based, you'd be taking a massive risk. And so we've been thinking a lot about sealing recently, and just how weather dependent it is. And I'm considering not offering certain services because it's just totally messing my calendar up. And so it's just something we're thinking about. I'm thinking about for block paving only offering the hard setting jointing sand, this stuff, because again, even if it's been raining the day before and it's dried out today, we can brush this in and it works fine. As long as the face of the blocks are dry, we can still do it. But if we wanted to seal this, it'd be much more dependent on it being dry for like the last 3 days, which in this country I don't think is realistic. I don't think it's sustainable as a business to be able to do it. As a homeowner, I think it's fine, because you get a day. You buy the products and then you just wait for ideal conditions. But as trying to run a business like that, it's just, I think it's impossible. Come to the night out. I want your autograph. I'll buy you a milkshake. Oh, so I didn't tell you. We got recognised again today in Travis Perkins in Stratford. We drove it. We drove in and one of the guys shouted over, "Yeah, you want to get his autograph?" I was like, "What?" I thought he was being a bit funny, and then he said, "Yeah, I've seen your videos." I was like, "Oh, on Facebook," and he said, "No, I was watching YouTube at 2 o'clock last night." 2 o'clock this morning, he was watching my YouTube. One of the guys that worked at Travis Perkins, which was very funny.
It works there.
Yeah. It's like you've been squished.
Yeah. That's rubbish, isn't it?
Yeah. Explain the new tech as Jake. Pour it. I heard. Yes. Yeah, we literally pour it on. There's a video actually where we sort of figured it out in real time. And it is this video here. this one here that we put out a month ago, and it's us pouring it for the first time. The one thing you've really got to look out for is the glug. When you pour it for the first time, especially if you're up near a border or some blocks or the garage door or something, it glugs, man. Like when it's a new barrel as well, the dreaded glug, it'll go everywhere. So you got to be careful. Pour it on, back roll it, mint results every time. What app are you using to line up your before and afters? Do you have one that gives you the overlay frame? No, I take all my pictures. I have my pictures app open, and then I have my camera open. So I've got my pictures app. So these are the pictures that I took before, and then I open my camera app, and then I can just flick between them. I just flick between them like that. So I line it up, and then I take the photo, and that way you can just flick through the pictures, take the next one, flick to the next one, take the next one. Yeah, that's how I do it. Seems to work.
Oh, you sat on my foot.
Sorry. Are we done with this spreadsheet? Have we got to do anything else with it? Or is that it?
Oh, you don't want me to do any more? You want me to help you, but you don't want me to do any more on it.
What do we want to do?
That's fine.
Do we need to do anything else? Or is that the basics of income and expenses?
Good much.
Is that our P&L? For those of you that don't know what P&L is. It's a profit and loss report. Which is what this whole thing is, isn't it? Profit and loss. P&L, baby.
Yeah, fine.
I love that line. Did you do that for me?
No, you need to kind of delete these numbers. You need to take it up to like there.
Oh yeah, okay.
So I deleted all the dates and I was like, it's still not working, but...
Okay. I'll do that later. Quick look between apps and then eye it up with the reference points from... Yeah, exactly. So I always look at, say, for this one, I can show you the one that I did today, actually. So this one today, I just lined it up with the roof of the conservatory. Instagram chops off the top of the picture a little bit, so you can't really see. But I lined it up with the peak of the conservatory. And when I took the next one, I lined it up with the peak of the conservatory again. And it's not perfect. I was slightly... I think I've stood further back on this one than I was on this one. This I lined up with the middle of the door. And I made sure I got that corner in as well. So I'm looking at the top of the frame and the very bottom corner of the frame, just to sort of get them in a similar spot. So this one I lined up the top of the wall and the bottom of the shed door. Top of the wall, bottom of the shed door, and they pretty much come out as close as you can get to perfect, I think, without having some sort of overlay. Just got to find them reference points. I'm thinking about going through my pricing. Is there anything else we need to do with this spreadsheet? Is there anything you wanted to do? Or is that a profit and loss statement?
That's it.
Okay, so you could do this. You could do this. And this is what I've been doing for the last 4 years. And it's worked well. I've got folders. Where's my folders? So I've got folders like this for my receipts. So this is 2023 to 2024. That's got all my receipts. Oh no.
You're kidding.
No.
You're kidding me.
These are organised.
I mean, that was the most stupid thing, wasn't it?
I was trying to get my little sneaky peek inside.
Tipped receipts out.
And you're supposed to keep these for 7 years. So in case HMRC want to go back and question something, they've got 7 years to do it. So you could do it this way, and this is how I've been doing it for the last 4 years. However, I've been on a call with Matt today, Matt GPT, who's in the chat, and I've known about this for a while because he mentioned it to me a while ago, and other people use it as well. But he's got a metal account, so it's a metal bank. And the main thing that because I'm with Virgin Money at the minute, I've got a Virgin Money business account, and if any of you guys are starting a business and you've reached your first £1,000 in income and you're registering for self-employment and stuff, self-assessment, I think the first thing you should do is get yourself a business bank account. And so I've been with Virgin Money for a while, but the thing that attracted me to Metal, which is part of which group is it? Barclays? Did I tell you what? No, NatWest. Nationwide? NatWest. Can't remember. They can do it. You can split it into different pots of money, and I can't do that with my current business account. And so what I'd like to do is split my money into different sections automatically. You're with Metal as well, Craig. So when you get paid, it'll do this for you. It'll take 20% of that income and stick it in a different pot, and that's your tax pot. And you can take 10% of it and stick it in another pot, and that's like savings. I think Matt even does his for like chemicals and stuff. You guys are on Metal as well. There you go. And the beauty of that is you can link that to a free agent account. Metal free agent. So this is what Matt was showing me today, and it's free. You can get free agent if you sign up to Metal. And Matt gave me you've maxed out your pots. Matt gave me like a referral code, so we both get 50 quid. So this is literally today. I'm switching over to this today. So I'm showing you what I've done the last 4 years and what I'm going to try and start doing going forward, because this sort of does it all for you. Accounts and bookkeeping, you can do invoicing and all that sort of stuff. And so I think this could potentially save me a lot of inputting. It means I don't need to keep hold of my receipts because I can just take photos of them. And I've not been wanting to do this for such a long time because I didn't want to sign up to like a monthly subscription and stuff. I didn't want to have all my data locked in with a monthly subscription, because then if I cancel, it's going to be a ball ache to try and move everything across. And so that's been the biggest barrier. And also just whether or not I'd actually use it. This isn't sponsored, by the way. This is just something that me and Matt have been going over today. Whether or not I'd actually use it consistently and use it properly, or whether I'd use it for a week like I've done with some of the others. I've tried things like what's the other one that just popped up? Zero. I've tried Zero, and I've tried some of the others, and they just look so complicated, and I've just not got on very well with them, so I stopped using them after a couple of days. And they take so much setup. But this one, when Matt was showing me, it looked fairly simple. So I'm going to start trying to do this and go in fully digital, because if at some point I did want to get a admin assistant, it'll be so much easier for my admin assistant to keep track of everything, rather than me having multiple spreadsheets and me knowing how I do stuff in a certain way. It's actually just on here, and it's just easy. Nice one, Soph. Excel after 6 PM takes courage. That Excel P&L. There's an app that does overlay before and afters. I'll post a link in the Discord. Yeah, I think it's called Quote IQ. I think it's that Justin from America. Quote IQ. Matt did tell me about it, yeah. Hi, Nick. Free agent will help you massively when you go VAT registered. I use Xero for my bookkeeping. Who's all coming to the night out looking at booking train tickets? How much is free agent? You said it's free. I know a lot of people use Xero. Free agent is free with when you sign up for Metal, apparently. FG Exterior, evening Jake, love your channel. Is there a way round extremely low water pressure? Taking 40 minutes for my buffer tank to fill using my Honda 21 litre per minute for 15 minutes, 2-day job taken over 3 days. So there's a few things that you can do to increase your potential flow. The first one is a 3/4 inch hose. I don't know if you've already got one of those yet, but we're going to start with the basics. So if you look on somewhere like waterirrigation.co.uk, you can look at some of their hoses. So the standard hose size is 12.5 mil. But you can get, well, it says 13 mil here, but as far as I was aware, it's 12.5. But you can also get 19 mil, which is about 3/4 inch. The 19 mil hoses, you can attach, as long as you've got the right 19 mil fittings as well, you can attach a 19 mil hose to the same outdoor tap and the same buffer tank and turn it on max. And I don't know why, it's magic, it's like wizardry, because I'm still using 19 mil hoses with the same bore hose lock adapters. So you know your hose lock adapter that you screw onto the outdoor tap first. I'm still using the same ones as I was using before, but my hose is 19 mil instead of 12.5 mil. As soon as I made that switch, I had a higher flow rate coming from the hose. I changed nothing else apart from the hose, and I had more flow coming from it. Now, I don't understand that because it's going through the same size hole, but that's what happens. The other thing you can do is make sure your buffer tank is using a decent float valve. So I noticed I doubled my flow rate coming from my tap at home by using a different float valve. AC pressure washers, sell kits. So it's this high flow float valve. So you can either get it from here or you can get it from Amazon or whatever. But these have a much, much, much higher potential flow than the like ball cocks than these. So this is what most people are using, because you can get them from like local hardware stores and stuff, and they work just fine. But these are mainly designed for like toilets and stuff. They call them siphons. Are they siphons? Cistern. And so these only let a certain amount of water through. They're not designed for super high flow, whereas this one I think is more sort of designed for like agricultural use, and so you get much more water coming through these. And then when the water gets to the top, it just shuts off. I'm sure you already know that, but you know. So when you combine these two things, you get a massive bump in flow. Massive. Almost double in some cases. The only other thing you can do after that point, I mean, I think Daz mentioned a while back that you can go into the street and literally like turn a valve in the street. You can lift up the little flaps and turn a valve to increase the water flow that goes to the customer's taps, which seems scary for me. If they've always had 10 litres per minute coming into the house and you increase it to like 30 litres per minute, I'm sort of scared of what would happen when you make that, you know, when you adjust it. But whether all their fixtures and fittings inside the house can cope with that sort of pressure, I have no idea what I'm talking about. But was that Daz? It might have been Daz. Can't remember. The other thing you can do, which I think Ricky Banjo does from Bournemouth Jet Washing, I think he's got some sort of suction pump in his van that pulls water from the customer's property, even if they've got low flow. If the tap's running at 10 litres per minute, he can pull more water through and increase it to like 15, 20 litres per minute. This is what I've heard. I think Liam told me that. I don't know how effective it is. I don't know how resource dependent it is. Like, do you need to hook that up to some sort of generator, or does it just work off of your system that you already got in the van? I have no idea. The pressure will be the same, but the flow will improve. Is that right? If you turn it up in the street, the pressure will be the same, but the flow will improve. How can you increase flow without increasing pressure? Is that a dumb question? If you've got a tap and you open the tap fully, am I looking at it wrong? If you open a kitchen tap fully, for example, and you've turned the pressure up, you've turned the flow up in the street, surely that tap's going to run at higher pressure because it's going through the same orifice, but you're pushing more water through it. What are you laughing at?
Yes.
Do you want to make a coffee? Would you mind making a coffee? Could I have a coffee, please? Turn the revs up on your pressure washer and turn the unloader down. High flow, low pressure, same principle. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea.
Why do I look huge over this side?
You do look pretty wham. It's because it's a fisheye lens. If we bring you into the middle, you sort of thin out a little bit. Your head's still tiny compared to your body, but your little pea brain.
Shoulders massive.
Does anyone know how true this is?
Pretty true.
Someone said about your pressure washer is designed to run at full revs, and anything less than full revs is putting strain on the pump or that is it the crank, because it's not using like full power, you know what I mean? Is there any truth to that? Does anyone know? Like a Honda GX 390, for example, 21 litre per minute. Because this is what we do to adjust Jakey's pressure and his flow, we adjust the revs because we've got this K1 unloader valve that doesn't have an adjustable unloader. So we just turn the revs up and down, and it works fine to adjust the pressure and the flow at the same time. But are we putting strain on the engine by doing that? I'm running downstairs to get a Guinness.
What's this?
That is...
You've burnt holes in your legs.
Oh yeah. That's tarmac sealer.
Yeah, I'm worried about the holes.
That looks like a cigarette burn. I have no idea.
Have you got chemicals that burn through stuff?
No. That looks like...
You got one here though, look.
I haven't smoked in about 6 months.
It's all crispy. It's like you set fire to it.
Yeah, don't know.
I'm going.
I know, I'm just asking.
Whatever.
Are you in a bad mood tonight? I've put you in one.
Spreadsheet.
You could come and carry on with the spreadsheet if you want to. I appreciate your help. Hot rocks. What's hot rocks? Is that when you put something under a lighter and then stick it in your pocket? I remember you having a coffee in the first half an hour. That was before you put a ring on. Just saying. Oh, Soph, did you hear that? So Ryder just said that before I put a ring on it, I'd have a coffee within the first half an hour. How quickly things change.
Because you'd ask me all the time straight away.
You had time before the stream started
No, I didn't.
to prepare.
The child to bed. I was putting the child to bed.
You've been smoking the devil's jack. I'm only joking. The electric cabbage, right? I've never heard that. Electric cabbage, that's so funny. Looks like I have a high flow float valve, but I could definitely try a bigger hose, thank you. I thought it's illegal to pump off the mains. I used to work in heating systems. It might well be. I might have just got Ricky Banjo in trouble. I don't know. It does make sense that, you know, pulling more water out of the mains should be illegal. If it's only temporarily, if it's only for an hour or two, and you're going to use that water anyway, you're just going to use it slower. You know what I mean? You're going to use the same amount of water, it's just going to take you longer to use it if you don't pump it. You're pushing it, Jake. We all know you'll be begging for forgiveness when the camera goes. Illegal if you get caught, yeah. Sean, you're a top contributor in the chat today. You're number one. You're ranked number one. 150 XP. Has anyone got anything interesting on this week that they need a bit of advice on or anything? This podcast used to be about helping people and offering advice, and it's just how things have changed. Love you, that's why I'm your biggest fan. Now come to the night out. You won't catch me in a tutu, I'm afraid. Not my sort of thing. I haven't got the beard to pull it off as well. You're cleaning a tennis court tomorrow. I think it's tarmac. Any advice? Depending on the age of it, you might want to I mean, you've already committed, haven't you? But you might want to consider a Westerman on a tennis court. You can't. It's a shame that you can't pre-biocide them now, since like I haven't looked into this myself, but apparently the law changed, and you can't now apply biocide to a surface without mechanically removing the moss first. So if you wanted to biocide a roof to kill the moss, apparently that's illegal, because there are things like birds, there's insects in the moss, birds feed off the moss and the insects, and you're potentially poisoning stuff. So the idea is that you remove the stuff that the animals feed from, dispose of it properly, and then biocide the roof. But things like tennis courts, it would be nice, because I've seen in the past when I pre-treated tarmac drives with biocide, had it all die off within 48 hours, the moss would be brown and crispy, and then you come back a few days later and run your surface cleaner over it, and it literally just comes up like candy floss. It's beautiful. And I can imagine doing that on a tennis court with no water, just pre-treating all the moss with biocide, running over it with a Westerman, leaf blowing it, scooping it all up, super clean, super efficient. I feel like that would be the way to do that job. But the other idea is, I suppose, going over it with a surface cleaner first, mechanically removing the moss, cleaning everything, and then any remaining roots or spores, you'd then, I think you'd always want to post-treat a tennis court with biocide for longevity for the customer. Getting my first pressure washer tomorrow. Gecko, what are you going for, mate? What sort of machine are you going for? Pepsi logo on the t-shirt, but the text says Fanta. Buying cheap to save money. Does this actually say Fanta? Are you kidding? I can do Google Translate. You gotta be joking. Google Lens. Translate. It says Pepsi. It says Pepsi. Nice try though. Thanks for trying to embarrass me. I'd have gone along with that. Customers already applied the herbicide which has killed off All of the moss. Oh, bargain. Absolute bargain. Jake, can you talk a bit about solar panel cleaning, please? I'm thinking of pushing it, a bit unsure. Honestly, solar panel cleaning is probably the second worst job. Oh, let's actually rank the worst jobs. Let's rank them. So, gutter fascia soffit washing is just horrible. Don't like doing it. Don't want to do it. I might put conservatories above that, actually. I think I'd go conservatories and conservatory roofs, gutter fascia soffits, then solar panels, and then window cleaning. So solar panels up there with one of the, and they're all sort of water-fed pole scrubby jobs, aren't they? So maybe I've just not cut out for water-fed scrubbing. What do you want to know about solar panel cleaning, mate? I mean, I won't do them for less than about £17 per panel. I've just put a quote in. Let me see what I've charged here. Can you not hear that? That was the cat. She's going absolutely ham. What's the bad news? No coffee. Damn it. I knew there was no coffee.
A big mug of tea, though.
Thank you so much. Ooh. So I just want a quote for some solar panel cleaning in a local school, literally just down the road. And I've quoted... I've split it up into different blocks of solar panels. So the first one, 90 panels, 810 quid. 70 panels, 630 quid.
Bye.
42 panels. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Have we fallen out? Okay. Thanks for your help. 42 panels, 375 quid. So what have I charged here for these solar panels? And we're doing the gutter clearing at 795 quid. So the total quote value is about 2,600 quid. And so 90 panels divided by 810. So we're charging about £11 per panel. 630 divided by 70. Oh, that one we're charging £99. 375. Let's do it all. 90 plus 70 plus 42. I don't know why I broke it down like that. So there's 202 solar panels that we're cleaning. 202. 810. 630. 375. 1815. Divided by 210. 202. Okay, we're charging £9 per panel, but it's because there's a lot. Because there's a lot of them. And I went... normally I'm at £17 a panel, but because this is a bigger commercial one, we're charging less because it's worth it. And I had a quick look at them. They're not terrible. Commercial solar panel cleaners are around £4 or £5 per panel. We're more than that. We're like double that. But it's hard work, and that would likely just be done with pure water from you know, our equipped to clean resin tanks. Me and Rich have got these resin tanks. Rich will be helping us on this one. So these are what we're using. I've got the 15 litre. I think Rich has got the 10 litre. Just resin tanks to filter the water so you get almost sort of pure water. It's not perfect, but it's very good. and it's adequate for doing like one-off window cleans and conservatories and stuff. We use them on, you know, faces and soffits now as well, just because they leave them like nice and shiny, streak-free. Sometimes we whip out the TFR if we need to, but we don't often need to. So it's just the scrubbing. I'm almost considering. I'm considering one of these as well, because I've seen good feedback on these, and the results on these have been very impressive. There was in the Discord someone, I can't remember who it was. I can't remember who it was. Here we go. This, look at that. Goes on your pressure washer like a power pole would. It's a rotating brush. I mean, look at the litching on that. That would take you hours to scrub that, and he's done that in minutes. Oh, not the best video demonstrating it, but I feel like once you've used that once, you'd never go back. You'd never go back to doing it any other way. It's just access, just whether you can actually reach, like how long that pole is, you know what I mean? So maybe I go over it with that, and then Rich goes over it with the pure water tank after me. So we hit every panel twice, but it's super quick. That's a good one, isn't it? By the way, if anyone wants to join the Discord, you just need to become a member of the channel, and then you'll get access to all this. You get access to the general chat. We can get, I don't know why there's an ice cream there. We can help you identify certain surfaces. You can talk to us about your quotes and get a bit of feedback on your quotes. You can post your videos, get the latest deals and discounts. Shouldn't have shown you that. Whoops. We've got someone in the chat that helps us with our logos and branding if you need to get your business set up for the first time. We've got chemical chats, pricing and value, repointing chats. We talk about everything in here, and I've just started making some PPE guides. So for those of you that haven't seen these yet, I'm starting to put some guides together on which masks to buy, which gloves to buy. There's also some disclaimers that you can send off to your customer for roof cleaning waivers, chemical use disclaimers, access requirements, stain removal, weeds disclaimer, moving pots and furniture that you're going to charge the customer, leaving waste on site disclaimer. There's all this stuff, boosted images for those boosted members who want some marketing pictures and stuff for all your solar panel cleaning. You've got some images here to help you with your marketing. Some pretty good ones, if I do say so myself. Chemical application. We've even got Christmas lights, decking, roof cleaning. So these are for boosted members only. You can use these images however you like. Christmas lights, look, the season is approaching. There we go. Who's that? Sean. Welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. These ones are actually AI generated, and I've said it at the top there. This is my first attempt at generating some AI Christmas light images, and I actually think they're decent. I think they're usable. Not too bad. So if you want to use them as well, feel free. None of the others are AI generated, but thought it was worth knowing. done some sign cleaning recently for the village I'm in. Someone commented saying they would donate to charity for me to do their sign. Could it be worth doing a few? Good publicity for my business. Saying they would donate to charity for you to do their sign. I mean, you're doing it for publicity and recognition within the community, aren't you? So that person ideally would have some sort of online presence and some sort of local following. If they don't have that and they can't post about it, and you can't do like a collaboration post where they can share it on their page and you get some sort of traction from it that way, I wouldn't have thought it would be that worthwhile. If you're just doing it for that person, they're going to donate to charity on your behalf. That's nice for you too, but potentially no one else is going to hear about it other than maybe your followers if you decide to post about it. If they've got some sort of presence, that makes it much more worthwhile, where you can create a post or a video, they can share it onto their social media, and you get a bit of attention from that. And yes, it's always nice doing stuff for charity if you can, but that's, you know, you're not in business, you're not a charity, you're not in business to do things for free, so you need to have some sort of kickback from it. I would have thought, to make it worthwhile, unless you just think it's a good content opportunity. So there's that side of it as well. If it's a relatively small job and it's low barrier to entry and it's just easy to do, you could film it and take pictures and just use it for content. By the way, that's another thing that, why haven't we spoke about this in the past? When all these people are struggling for work and they're saying, I've got no content to post, even if you don't want to, you know, pay for these image packs and stuff from the Discord, totally get it, totally understand if you don't want to use someone else's work or you don't want to pay the £12 or whatever. If you want it to be your own work, just go out and clean some signs. Just go out and start knocking on doors and saying, can I just clean this wall for free? Go to your local social club or something, just say, can I clean this wall? Take some pictures. It's such easy content. Just do a little video, a little time lapse or something, put some music behind it. It's easy. They have classed moss as a plant and have to try and remove as much as you can. Oh, okay. You'll buy a side and after as well. Nice. Too much risk of getting tram lines with a flat surface cleaner on a tennis court. That's very true. Yeah, I didn't talk about that, did I? And trying to do a whole tennis court in like a figure of 8 circular method could be quite difficult, depending on how good you are, how big the surface cleaner is, how big the tennis court is. Are you still taking Discord members, Jake? I'm a newbie to pressure washing, absolutely loving it, but my jobs are taking a lot longer than I priced. Is this normal for a new starter? Yes. Window cleaning for 10 years. Yeah, I mean, depending on what sort of machine you've got. And these days, for me and Jakey, because there's 2 of us on a job, we've got 2 machines. The job is totally dictated by access, water pressure, and drainage. If there's ever an issue with any of those 3 things, the job takes longer every time. I would say probably 2 out of 10 jobs you get good access, good drainage, good water pressure. The rest always have either more than 1 or more problems that you've got to sort of overcome. And access can also mean like loads of pots and furniture and stuff. But yeah, depending on the machine that you've got, and depending on, it's also experience as well. Like, you'll know, Tintin's welcome. You'll know when me and Jakey pull up, we've got like a routine. Like, I'm talking to the customer, he's setting up, he's plugging into the water, he's getting the water turned on as soon as possible so we can start filling the tanks. And like, we've got this thing going where we can almost read each other's mind. We know what's next every time, and we don't even have to talk to each other. We don't even have to look at each other. We know the process for each surface now, and so it's just super quick and easy. We're not faffing about, we're not flapping, we're not wasting time. We're just sort of getting it done, and that only comes with experience, because each surface is different as well. And so it's totally normal for these jobs to be taking longer than you think. And also, if you've got like a lower flow machine, things are going to take longer. and being on your own as well. You might see the amount of jobs me and Jakey do per day and wonder why you're only managing one drive a day, for example, whereas we can do like 3 or 4 if we really put our mind to it. And it's just because experience, the types of machines that we've got, the equipment, so like the bigger hose reel, more flow, the buffer tank, the whole setup. It all comes with time and experience, and absolutely the first 12 months is going to be a massive learning curve, and you can't beat yourself up for going a bit slower than what you expected. And also, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to put your price up either. Just because it's taking longer than you thought, you might think, oh god, I've charged 250 quid for this drive and it's taken me like double the amount of time. Should I have charged 500 quid? It's like, no, not really. Just get better. Just work on getting better and quicker. What happened to the I want to make a solar panel cleaning only company idea? I realised I hate cleaning solar panels. As is, the method that we're using for cleaning solar panels at the minute, I wouldn't want to do that full time. And also, it's like the weakest part of our business. We get very few requests to do solar panel cleans. So why would I want to sort of pivot the whole business to chase something that we barely have any interest in? But I think once you get the method down for solar panel cleaning, like using one of those circular brushes, I think once you've got, again, it's like pressure washing. Once you get the method and the process, I reckon you could blast through them. But I think with solar panel cleaning, you probably want a trailer with a cherry picker. I don't think you'd want to be setting up towers or doing it off ladders. I think you'd want a really repeatable, sustainable way of hitting all your solar panels super quick. Like super quick setup, really easy access, and just smash 3 or 4 jobs a day. PWS recommended the Kranzel 12210 as I don't have the budget for a van, so use my car. Watched enough videos, so confident. Oh, nice. 12210, what's that? Is that 122 bar, 10 litres per minute? See, I was looking at CleanLink the other day, and they've got these little carry pressure washers. Which I thought looked really interesting. Pressure washers. These little carry ones, look. I think something like this would be absolutely ideal. Like a 10 litre per minute, 150 bar. 13 litre per minute, 150 bar. Something like this to stick in the back of your car, I think would be absolutely awesome. On a little carry frame. If I'd have known about these, would I? No, I'd have still been. I was going to say I wouldn't have bought my Parker, but the Parker was like 250 quid, so I definitely still would have bought the Parker. But I love these carry frames. I think they're really cool. So much less bulky than like even this one. This is the sort of shape that I started out with, but it's quite tall. And if you've only got a car, I think something like this is bang on. Use if you're going to buy anything from CleanLink, by the way, who are the new official sponsor of the YouTube and the socials, Smelt's pressure washing. Smelt for 5% off and free shipping. You just described my life in reference to the water-fed poles. I don't mind window cleaning. I find it therapeutic. I mean, once in a blue moon, we'll do a one-off window clean if it's part of a bigger project. But I couldn't imagine spending all day cleaning windows, going from one house to the next, just cleaning windows. I would lose my mind. But I suppose if you've got the kit, you've invested in the kit, and it's a really good, easy setup, and you're not faffing about. Maybe, and you've got some really nice brushes that you like and stuff, maybe. I don't know. I don't think there's enough money to be made for me to make it sustainable. When you go from doing like a decent sized driveway and earning earning 800-900 quid, maybe having to come back the next morning to resand. Going from that in half a day to then having to go to what, 10-15 different properties just to earn like 200-300 quid to do their windows. It just doesn't make sense to me. But also, it makes sense to me if you've just started and if you've got like, I think it's one of the lowest barrier to entry jobs that you can probably do. One of the lowest barrier to entry trades that you can get into. And that will, if you can get like a good sustainable window cleaning round, you've got good customers and they pay on time and it's like a close, tight round, that can be really good for starting a business. And then it's much easier to upsell those customers that you've already got to doing things like pressure washing and gutter clearing than it is to try and generate new leads. So the marketing would be so easy to pivot, or not even pivot, to add on additional services like pressure washing. You wouldn't have to spend a penny. You just tell your customers, you just let them know. Send out a couple of texts. When you're on your next job, just let them know. By the way, I'm getting a pressure washer in March, so you'll have to let me know if you want to book in to have your drive done. Oh yeah, we'll have that done, yeah. All right, can I book you in today and get a date down? And you've already got like 5 or 10 pressure washing jobs booked in before you've even bought the equipment. I think it's such an easy business model. Thank you guys for becoming members of the channel. Very cool. Sorry if I glossed over that. It's still very, very cool of you. Just things like the minimum equipment required, general do's and don'ts. I just figured it might be a good way to get into commercial as well. Yeah, with the solar panels. I think it's a good habit to get into to isolate the panels before you start cleaning them. We were doing recently, me and Rich were cleaning a roof and cleaning their solar panels in Pershore. I don't think I told this story on the stream. I think even after I'd isolated the panels, we'd clean the roof. It come to cleaning the gutters, and I saw something in the gutter from the cherry picker, and so I just went over and I picked something out of the gutter. It was a rod, you know, for like a drain cleaning rod. The customer had been up there before and he'd left a rod in the gutter. I thought, that's weird, so I grabbed it, and it was in about half an inch of water because of the way the gutter had sort of fell. There was just standing water in the gutter, and I grabbed it and I got an electric shock from the water in the gutter, and I realised it was because there's some sort of short. It wasn't a bad one, but it was a very, I knew I was being electrocuted. And it was because some of the wires from the solar panels were in the gutters, were in the gutter line, feeding back down into the garage. And I don't know if there's any splits in any of the lines, or whether they'd corroded because they were sat in water, or whether there was just not enough shielding on the cable and it was passing through into the water. I have no idea what was going on, but it happened multiple times when I was cleaning the solar panels as well. I felt, when I was using the water-fed pole and stuff, I could feel when I was touching certain parts of the pole, I could feel electricity coming through my hand. And it was only towards the end where I realised, like, it was on the last couple of panels where I thought, God, am I being electrocuted here? And so the job was done by the time I sort of realised. But the whole perimeter of the gutters, the water in the perimeter of the gutters, the whole thing was live. I was like, bloody hell, that could have been really bad. And I don't know the cause of it. And then afterwards, I said, oh, I've got that rod, the drain rod out of the gutter. And the guy said, oh yeah, I left that up there. I forgot about that. And I said, you know, I think the water in the gutter's live. Like I got electrocuted. He was like, oh yeah. Yeah, that happened to me when I went up there. I think that's why I left the rod up there. I was like, oh, thanks for letting me know. Knowing that we were going to be cleaning the roof and the solar panels and the gutters. Cheers for letting me know. I couldn't believe it. He already knew that. I don't know. I don't know if that answers your question. I think it's good practice to isolate the panels. Whether it makes much difference, I don't know, because they're still generating. I'm not the person to ask about this sort of stuff, but apparently they still generate power because when the sun's out, even if they're isolated. I don't know where that power goes, whether it just sort of sits in the lines. I don't know anything about electricity. Talking about jobs coming in, I post on TikTok and YouTube video I make. They are not the best videos, but getting there. But jobs coming in bit by bit. Solar cleaning, some use 14-inch. Solar, I clean some and use the 14-inch flat surface cleaner. Okay. It worked well. Okay, that's interesting. Are you still using Backpack and Synergy for gutter and soffit cleans? No, we moved away from Synergy, although it's absolutely brilliant on the gutters, fascias and soffits, and it melts all the algae and it foams up really nice. We found that it takes a while to rinse because it's so foamy. It takes a long time to rinse off the gutters, and also if you splash or drip any on a window and it dries, you can't just wash it off. You can't wash that dry mark off. You have to reapply the Synergy to the window and then rinse it off before it dries. So that was a bit of a deal breaker for me. We still carry Synergy in the van to use for like other degreasing jobs and stuff, cladding, all that sort of stuff. But we've moved to TFR. We've got like a caustic TFR that we use. Even that, if you were to let that dry on a window, you'd have to reapply it again. But the difference with that is it leaves like a nice hydrophilic finish on the window, whereas the Synergy makes the water bead and spot. So I just think lesser of the two evils. I'd rather go with the TFR. I think the TFR is weaker when it comes to actually its cleaning power on the gutters, fascias and soffits. So I think if you want the best product for cleaning the fascias and soffits, Synergy. Although the TFR leaves everything really shiny, the one that I use, so I don't know. It's a tough call. Don't diss my texture comparison options. Ice cream and honed sandstone, very similar. Oh, in the Discord. Where's that gone? You think that looks like honed sandstone? I mean, I can see the resemblance. Such a random comparison. Did you really look at that and think, oh, that looks a bit like ice cream? You weirdo. Royalty-free marketing images. Eventually, I'm back. Hasn't let me join again. I was having so many problems. Oh no. Still in the Discord, had to do that on my laptop. Phone wasn't working. Oh, okay. Some people have problems linking their YouTube accounts and all sorts, but the majority of people it works absolutely fine for, and then maybe 1 out of every 15 people have issues, so I don't know. My first roof clean took a week. Hated every single moment on it. Oh no. My first roof scrape, I think I budgeted a day for it, and it ended up taking me 4 days, and it was hell, and it was drizzling. It was like rainy and foggy and cold, and it was absolute hell. And I remember coming home to Soph, and she was like, she'd run me a bath and stuff, and I was just like, I can't do this. I don't know how people do this. It's crazy. Look at me now. Been enjoying the videos lately. I loved the long form expo video. Thanks for that. Oh, Bliss, you're welcome, mate. That was a while ago, wasn't it? Yeah, that was longer than most of the other videos I post. You're talking about this one? 3 months ago, is that all? It's a almost 2 hour long video, that one is. Bloody hell. Does CleanLink pay you for advertising, or is it just an affiliate deal? Not sure I want to really discuss it. Why do you want to know that? I don't get any sort of commission from the discount code. So the discount code was always there just for you guys, and same with the Smart Seal stuff. Same with the discount code for gutter vacuum systems. I don't make any money from those discount codes. They're just something I asked for you guys. But now that they're an official sponsor of the channel, things are slightly different, but it's not sure why it's relevant. But have I missed the pricing topic? Was watering the garden for a while? No. What do you think about contacting a local window cleaner in your area and trying to collab with them? Hand out leaflets to their customers and let the window cleaner take a cut of each job booked. That's a good idea. Trouble with a lot of local window cleaners is they tend to be quite standoffish, and like, this is my patch and I don't care if you do a different job. Like, you're an exterior cleaner, so you're the devil. And they tend not to. I mean, the ones I've met anyway. Not that I meet a lot of window cleaners, but in the past, I remember when I first started, window cleaners wanted nothing to do with me because they thought I was trying to steal work from them. But if you can message a local window cleaner and just say, look, I don't intend to do window cleaning. I just want to do pressure washing stuff and like gutter clearing. So I'll give you 10% of any job that comes my way from you, from your customers. Like that might be a really good thing to do. Try everything, man. Just try it. I think it's great to try different things, because you guarantee a lot of people that are saying they're quiet, they're not doing stuff like that. They're not trying stuff like that, and that's why they're quiet. They're not thinking outside the box. I did look at those CleanLink, similar outputs to the electric one I'm getting, but a lot bigger. Try and use their existing customer base to get more pressure washing. Yep. Had a load of window cleaners been a godsend. Oh, there you go. Cedars. He needs to get the cables out of the gutter. Also get the cables checked. They shouldn't be conducting into the gutter water. Defo isolate the panels. The biggest danger is not from the panels. Oh, okay, there you go. Is the biggest danger from like loose fixtures and fittings or damaged cables? Pigeons causing havoc underneath and stuff. Looks like orange peel. That is true. That is true. Do you use TFR from GSF car parts? Yes. Yeah, it's not the one that's on the website. You can only get it in store. It's the Caustic Drive Tech TFR. So you have to literally walk into the store to purchase it, unless you want to find it on eBay. Should we go through pricing? I'm just gonna make a form, I think, to sort of try and let's save this. Save this Excel workbook, accounting, P&L, profit and loss report. Where can I post this, Matt? Where can I post this profit and loss report? So people can steal it and use it for themselves. Where's the best place to put it in the Discord? We need like a resources tab or something. How about in the guides topic? Which one? Surface guides, general guides. Yeah, good idea. Accounting. I can't. Can I attach a file here? Profit and loss report. Upload to post. Oh, I can. Bargain. Well done. Profit and loss template. There you go. That's in the Discord now if anyone wants to play with that. Should we do this? Damn it. Oh, I've just lost them. Do we start with the basics? Service. Do we do surface as well, or do we not bother and just do this? Do we just do this? I mean, most of these are going to be very similar. What's that, thumpers? What are you talking about? What did that mean, Wojtek? My pricing for things like tarmac, concrete, slabs, sandstone, most patios is the same. It's around about £3.50 per square metre. How can I collectively name all those surfaces? Just ground surfaces? Ground surface? I don't know. I was going to say, what's the thirst bait in your thumbnail? Thirst bait? It's just Sophie. She was helping us out with some accounting. It's not thirst bait. Standard surfaces. Anyone got any improvement on standard surfaces? Ground surfaces. I mean, to be honest, it's the same as block paving. I'm increasing my price. This whole thing is currency. I'm increasing my price to 4 now going forward because I've been doing this over the last 2 months. I've been charging £4. I might as well get rid of block paving because I'm going to be doing re-sanding. And then this would be like this. So if it's tarmac, it's just £4. If it's block paving, it's just £4. But we're also adding the re-sanding on there as well. Sausage fest here, slabs and hypo. Yeah, true. You get some right evil stares off window cleaners on there. Oh, yes. We're also going to go here re-sanding, but with polysweep. hard setting sand. Let's capitalize this and make it look neat. Make the channel post, that stuff goes in, just throw it anywhere for now. People want it. I think I'm behind on the live. You are a little bit behind. Right, what's my price for resanding polysweep? I need to work out my standard price and then divide it by the coverage. So let's say 50 square meters. My standard price is £4.50 for block paving. So 225 quid. I'm just going to put this off here. So that would be my standard price for a block paved driveway. 50 square meters divided by 15. That's probably not the best. Let's do 60. Just for this example. £4.50, 270. Right. 60 square meter drive, 270 quid would be my base price for block paving. If they wanted hard setting sand, we're going to divide 60 by 15 because that gives us our coverage. So we'll need about 4 bags of hard setting sand. 4 bags of hard setting sand at £30 a bag is 120 quid. So we can then do, and we've already got an extra 50p for the labour, because it's slightly more labour intensive than it is for regular kiln dried sand. So we've accounted for the labour there. So 120 quid divided by 60 square meters is an extra £2 per square meter. That's nice and simple. So if we're doing the hard setting sand, it's an extra £2. We could account for a little bit more labour there if we wanted to. Oh, we haven't got the labour because we've only got £4, so that should be £2.50. So 60 square meter drive at £4.50 is 270 quid. If we wanted hard setting sand, it'll be 60 times £6.50, 390 quid. So it's about an extra 120 quid. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's a good way of doing it. I didn't have a set price for this hard setting sand, but I think it's good to have one because I've sort of been working it out like that every single time, and it was getting annoying, which is part of the reason why I'm doing this. So that hard setting sand is about 15 square meter per bag. That's what I've been getting out of it very consistently. If not, it goes slightly further. So if you've got sort of very thin joints, you could even get like 20, upwards of 20 square meters out of one bag. And also, just to note about the very thin joints, you're better off using the neutral colour on those thinner joints than you are the grey, because the grey is actually some of the grains in the silvery sand is thicker than the neutral sand, and the silver sand can be slightly harder to get into the joints without leaving pinholes. So sometimes you'll find if you've got super thin joints and you're brushing in the grey stuff, you're going over the same area 4 or 5 times just to try and fill in any little gaps. 50p for labour is only £30 to apply it on 60 square metres. For the extra involvement, I would probably be £1, £1.50. Yeah, you might be right. You could be right there. An extra 30 quid. But is... You might be right there. So what does that take it up to? If I was to say 60 times 7, that's 420 quid. Tips it over the £400 mark instead of 390. That'd be 60 quid for the labour. I think 60 quid's about right, isn't it? It's an extra £1. £1 for the £2 for the materials, £1 for the labour. So are we saying about 3 quid? especially if you run a whacker plate over it. Yeah, we're not messing about with whacker plates, but since you mentioned it to me last week about one of the little electric ones rather than getting a petrol one, that does sound a little bit more appealing. 75p for the labour. I don't know. I'm thinking about £1. I'm thinking a quid's right, because also I'm plucking that number, 30 quid a bag, from my local garden centre. And when I say local, it's about 15-20 minutes away, so I'd have to go and pick it up. And yes, they give me a discount. It's like, it ends up being about 26-27 quid a bag, but you're still either paying for delivery, which I've not accounted for here, or you're paying for fuel and time to go and pick it up. That's not accounted for. So I'd say about £3 per square metre extra is around about right. What are we thinking? So it's this plus this. Do we want to move straight onto ceiling now? Ground surface pressure washing. Do we move straight on now? Or have we got anything else to cover here? Is there anything else we need to cover? I'm doing things like maintenance plans, like biocide treatments. £1 if you can apply the same day, but had to return, that would be more like £1.50. So for me, the hypo and the biocide is included in this. If I'm cleaning tarmac, or if I'm cleaning block paving or patios and whatever, that's included in my £4 per square metre. I think I don't give the customers the option of whether they want the chemical treatment or not. So what's the point in breaking it down? Oh my God. Ah, my leg slipped off the chair and smashed on the table. Damn it. That's gonna be a good one, that is. Yeah, I don't think there's any point in me breaking it. You might want to break it up for your customers, but I don't think I'm gonna, because I do it anyway. How's the table? It's okay. All right. Repointing, I think, comes a little bit later, because that's a little bit more of an advanced service, I would say. So we're assuming that that is like the baseline for each of these services going forward. And then ceiling, let's go tarmac, ceiling. And the assumption here is that we're including materials. We're including the pressure washing beforehand, and we're just adding this on afterwards. Tarmac ceiling, I'm using Tarmaseal, and we're applying up to, do we want to go this in depth? Up to 2 coats. Does it matter? Do we need to put that? I think it's important to put the product, because if you're going for because this one's water based, if you're going for the solvent based one, that might be more expensive per square metre. So tarmac ceiling, I'm at around about £12 per square metre, or I have been at around about £12 per square metre, but I've recently upped my prices a little bit. So 60 square metre drive at £13 per square metre, 780 quid. I think that's about right, personally. So we've got to take away the £4. So it's going to be £9 per square metre, because we've already accounted for the surface cleaning here. So 540 quid for a 60 square metre drive. So we're going to go £9 per square metre on the tarmac ceiling. I think that's around about bob on. And if you want, so if you're making your own price list if you're working alongside and you're making your own, you might find it helpful to visit smelt.club, because we can do 60 square meters at £4 per square meter for the base clean. We can add on the ceiling. The cost of the sealer, I can't remember what we said it was last time. I think it worked out, including delivery, I think for the tarmac sealer it worked out at about £6 per litre. You need, the coverage is about 2.5. 2 coats. No, that was more than that. That was 7, wasn't it? Was it a bit more? Can't remember. We're on the right track. We're in the right ballpark. I think my labour's gone up slightly, hasn't it? To more like £3 per square metre. It's around about there for me. But if you want to play with this and insert the cost of your materials here and how many coats it requires and what sort of coverage you get, you can do this for any sealer. And it'll sort of spit out a price per square metre at the end for you, which is quite useful to know. So you can use that going forward. I need to do a repointing quote as we speak. 3 price points for different things by request. Ah, that seems like a faffy customer. They've asked for 3 different prices. Ugh. We'll get onto repointing in a bit. Tarmac ceiling. Okay. Patio ceiling. So this can be... There's quite a few different types of sealer here, but I think my go-to would probably be, based on recent experience, I quite liked the acrylic seal, Pure Seal. I used it on some grey Indian sandstone, and it worked quite well. Although we also do like the water-based stuff from Screwfix, and there's quite a significant price difference between the two, and the Screwfix one is like nice and readily available, but it might need a few more coats to achieve the same sort of finish that this one needs. So does it all work out in the end? And I'm gonna price it based on the cost of this material. Worst case scenario, I think. I'm not a huge fan of using the solvent-based sealers when I don't need to. Okay, so we're talking about 35 quid for 5 litres. I'm going to stick it in my basket and see what the next day courier is. An extra £7.80, so 42 quid. Let's say 43 quid divided by 5 works out at £8.60 per litre. God, that seems expensive. £8.60 per litre. Is that right? When you include postage. Even in Wayne. £8.60 per litre. And the coverage on this stuff is around about 5 metres squared per litre, if I remember correctly. 5 metres squared per litre per coat. Let's just stick it into here, actually. £8.60. Jesus, that's more than the tarmac sealer. But you get more out of it per coat. So you need 24 litres based on 60 square metres. What's our price here? think sealer labour can come up a little bit. I think I was at about £8 per square metre all in, but this seems to be more now. Oh, but we haven't accounted for the clean. Okay. Sorry, just I'm just going through this in my head. That includes delivery. We've got the coverage. We've got the amount of coats that we need. So 2 coats is about right. Could go 3. Build up the resin on the surface, and if you wanted like a wet look, you might even go 4 coats. £2 per square metre labour. I mean, it's not a hard job to apply. You might want to account for things like rollers or your sprayer, stuff like that. So it looks like we're up at about £9.50 per square metre. I mean, a 60 square metre patio is relatively big. I reckon we could go £2.50 on the labour and bring it up to £10 per square metre. So that would be an additional £6 on top of our base price clean. Shipping would be less per litre if you were buying 5 tubs of it. That's true. It's true, but we want worst case scenario, really, don't we? And if we make a bit of money on shipping, like you should always, I was told that you should always make about 10% on materials costs. So I'm not bothered about a couple of quid here and there shipping. We're at about £10 per square metre, minus 4 for our clean. That leaves us with £6 per square metre for the patio ceiling using acrylic seal. Or do I need to put patio? Because this would be the same with block paving. I could just add that to that to that, and then I'd be at £10.50 per square metre for ceiling block paving. I used to be at £8. I used to be at £8 per square metre for ceiling block paving, but I mean this is used in some of the more premium products as well. So I could drop it down to like £8.50, £9 if I was using the Screwfix one, for example. I think this is too specific for you lot, isn't it? Because a lot of you don't use acrylic seal. A lot of you don't use Pure Seal. A lot of you don't use Smart Seal. A lot of you don't use Screwfix like I do. So this could potentially be getting too specific. So instead of putting Screwfix here, let's do sealing water-based premium, sealing water-based budget. Does that sound better? And this can be more like £5 per square metre. Particularly as I'd go and pick it up instead of having it delivered and paying for that delivery fee. And Screwfix is just around the corner. This could even be £4. I think £4's probably more reasonable. So it's £8.50 total for using like the Screwfix sealer, for example. Block paving take a lot more sealing than patio. That is true. Is it true? Would you say, considering how porous Indian sandstone is, would you say... I don't know if I agree with you there, mate. I don't know if I do. I mean, it's at up to £5 per square metre per coat, depending on the porosity of the surface. I agree you'd lose a lot more through the joints. But sandstone is more porous than just like a concrete block paver. I don't know. I don't think there'd be that much in it. You should probably state that these prices include a jet wash to where it's included. So this would be like cumulative. So you'd add that. That's your base price, your pressure washing ground surfaces. Yeah, you mean add it in the ceiling section. I see what you're saying. How would I word that nice and simple? Would I put ceiling, materials, and labour only? Like that? That's ugly, man. Like that. Clean and seal. It's not clean and seal though. This isn't clean and seal. This is just seal. That's clean and seal. It's that plus that. You know what I mean? You need to soak the sand to set them pure seal states. It's somewhere too. Yeah, so you need to really, yeah, to set the sand hard, you need to really saturate the joints on that first coat. Definitely, yeah. Clean for the top, seal for the bottom. You've done it now. Okay. Is that clear for everyone? Cleaning only. If I put only there, does that make more sense? Is this useful for people, or am I just pissing in the wind? Is this useful to go through? Is anyone actually getting anything from this? I think a lot of our viewers have dropped off, which is fair. This is useful, okay. Very useful, okay. Right, what other ceiling jobs have we got? We've got tarmac ceiling, which is my main one that I like. Water-based ceiling. We've got ceiling, pattern imprinted concrete. And that has to be solvent-based premium. And so base price for this was around about £12 per square metre, including the cleaning. I'm going to go 13 now, since I've upped my prices slightly. This one's nice and simple. Take away 4, because we've already accounted for the cleaning up here. £9 per square metre. This may change depending on the coats. So if it's super dry, do I put disclaimers here? If the surface, or if the concrete surface hasn't been sealed in a while and it's super dry, instead of 2 coats, you literally might need 4 or 5. So do we change this to do we put a little disclaimer? Do we say based on 2 coats? Is that okay? Another column for number of coats. I see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying. But now that we're using the pouring method for Tarma seal, that might be slightly different, but you'd probably use about the same. Yeah, let's just copy and paste that, I think. Is that better? Is that easier? We can always put here as well 15 meters squared ish. Where's that little ish icon? Ish per bag. And we can do the same for kiln dried as well. Normally, I mean, depending on the blocks with kiln dried, you might get 20 meters squared per bag. Take this figure with a pinch of salt because it depends on the size of the joints. Heading off, thanks Jake. We'll listen to the rest tomorrow. Have a good week. Exterior Essentials, thanks for watching. Thanks, mate. Very useful because when people ask in the Discord, I can paste a link without having to type. There we go. Join the Discord chat. There you go. For me, are we there yet? Very useful, mate. It's more than useful. Got me some leaflets and cards, pressure washer on order, and handful of customers already booked in. Nice. There you go. There you go. Right. Other ceiling work. Does this need to be different? Does this need to specify pattern in printed concrete, or can we just do ceiling solvent base premium on any surface at £9? I think we do any surface. I think we do. Concrete sealer, imprinted concrete. They also do a block paving sealer, which is the same product. I'm just going to see what sort of coverage and price this is. So 5 litres, £41.95. So that's around the same price as the, including delivery. I think delivery is a little bit cheaper through Smart Seal, but the product here is a little bit more expensive. But it is solvent, which is apparently superior to water-based. Let's go 45 on this. And the coverage, as far as I was concerned, is 5 meters squared, but it says 3.5 here because it's block paving, I suppose. Pattern imprinted concrete has extra tints in some cases and slip resistant, so it might be worth splitting it. Just made it back from my first pressure washer. Just made it back from picking up my first pressure washer. Oh, nice. Woodworks, welcome. I think you'll go into in depth if you're new. You should not be sealing. If you're established and offering sealing, you should know how to price it. But there's so many different products out there, Craig. There's so many different products with so many different price points, all applicable for different surfaces. I don't know if, even with experience, I don't know if you can just turn up to a job. And some people aren't even measuring. You've got to also consider that. Some people are just plucking a figure out of thin air. And I just don't think you can do it sustainably like that and reliably. I think for most accurate pricing, I think 1, you need to measure the surface, and 2, you need to know the coverage of the product, and 3, you need to know the cost of the product. And how else are you going to do that unless you go in depth like this? Do you know what I'm saying? Jake, quick question. Do you add on the price of buying sealer to the job? I've been swallowing the cost of it in the quote. I only ask because I've got a quote to do on Wednesday for 30 square meters and it doesn't seem worth it. So a week before the job, I'll tell the customer at the quoting stage, the quotes are grand. A week before the job, I need about a 30% deposit to cover the cost of the materials. And I'll ask for that a week before, and I'm letting you know now I'm going to ask for that a week before. And at that point they've got that information at the quoting stage, so they know what to expect. You're not surprising them a week before and saying, oh, by the way, can you send me 30% just so I can get the materials? Because if they decide to cancel the day before, you've already ordered that stuff and you're stuck with a bunch of sealer that you can't use and you don't particularly want to go through the effort of sending back and losing money on. And so I think it's good to take a deposit on materials like sealer, but let the customer know beforehand. On a small job like 30 square meters, I probably wouldn't bother, to be honest. I'd say anything over, materials wise, anything over about 100 quid, probably take a deposit on. Hope that answers your question. I think I'm getting rid of this. I don't think pattern printed concrete matters. Yes, you've got the additional. And the fact that I don't particularly want to work with solvent based if I don't have to justifies the extra couple of quid per square metre. And it's around about the same as the Tama seal. It's exactly the same as the Tama seal. So I'll be brushing up on all your videos and having a practice on my family and friends. Perfect. Marius, welcome. Anyone use the Marshall Air Pro would like to know your thoughts on it. When I went to the cleaning expo, the very start of this video, you can see us having a play with it. So it's this video that we posted 3 months ago. Crazy innovation at the biggest cleaning show of the year, and we played with the Marshall Air in the first sort of 4 or 5 minutes of the video. So you might find that useful to have a look at. I think he means swallowing the cost about buying the materials before you've taken payment. So you swallow the cost initially and then hope that everything goes to plan and you get paid. I tried it at the expo. I wouldn't buy one based on 10 minutes I spent on it. I'm liking that. I think that's good. Should we move on to repointing? Is there anything else to cover before we move on to repointing? For a sealer job though, wouldn't you take the payment for the clean and products on the clean and then seal application labour on completion? No, I take payment all in one go when the job's done. I know some people take payment, like partial payment for cleaning block paving and then take the rest once they've been back to resand it. It just sounds like hassle to me. Like, I understand if cash flow's tight, but I think just take payment all in one go once the whole job's complete, because the customer's paying for the final result. They're not paying for half the result. You know what I mean? Don't know. Do you know when you sealed that drive that went patchy, could you not clear coat it first and then seal it with colour? Would that not stop the patchiness? So the colour has to penetrate the concrete. So you don't want the tint being, what's the word? Stuck in, what's the word? Someone used it in the Discord the other day. It's, what's the word for when the sealer's not penetrated? It's stuck in it's stuck in, oh man, I forgot. Basically, you want that tint to penetrate the bare concrete, to recolour the concrete. You don't want it to sit on top. You don't want the tint to sit on top of the concrete. You want it to go into it, to be absorbed in. So, quite the in limbo, maybe. It's like a space term as well, stuck in, no, not limbo. No, there's a posh word for it, but which is why Smart Seal also occasionally suggests that that you mix the tint on really bad ones, that you mix the tint with just xylene or super thin down sealer, so that you can make sure that it penetrates the raw concrete before you start adding sealer onto it. It's called sealer suspension. It's called tint suspension, I think, or sealer suspension, where you've got like too many layers of sealer or tint and none of them have penetrated because they're just being stacked on top of each other. It's like when it's tarmac sealer as well. If you apply tarmac sealer and then apply the next coat before the first coat has started to cure, you've got a damp coat on top of a damp coat, and then you put another coat on, and you've got layers of sealer that hasn't fully cured, and the top one looks dry, but the rest of it is sort of in suspension. It's not penetrated or dried properly. I guess when you're established and you have money in the business, it's okay, but if you're new, I always recommend taking partial payments. Yeah, whatever works for the business. Everyone's got a slightly different business model, so whatever works. Helps cash flow, yeah. Pushing back, yes, that's a good point. I didn't think of that, Craig. You do part of the job, so you've got 500-600 quid sat in the cleaning portion of the job, and then the other 600 quid that's going to be the sealing portion of the job, you're waiting on the full amount because the weather's not playing ball. At least you can get a partial payment for the labour that you've done if it takes another 2 weeks to get back to seal. It's a very good point. I didn't think of it like that. Maybe I'll start doing that on some of the bigger sealing jobs. I'm charging £10 per square metre for sealing and paying for the sealer I've used the screw fix on a few times. Is it worth taking a bit of a deposit on sealer jobs? I've had it in the past where you order the sealant and then the weather's shit for an X amount of time, and if you spent a couple of £100 on, yes, the sealer, then you're waiting to get the money back. Yep, exactly what Craig just said. I agree with you. Can you do a backflip? Yes. How'd you know? Right, repointing. What are the repointing? What are the jointing compounds called that aren't Titan? Then they're not the two-part epoxy mix. Are they just resin jointing compound? Is that what they're called? Is it just resin? I know the brand names like Easy Joint and Joint It and Sika Fast Fix and all that sort of stuff. But what's the technical name for it? Is it resin jointing compound, or is it something different? Because I know the Titan and some of the other more premium ones are like epoxy. Anyone know? One part epoxy brushing. Brushing is different to, but you still brush in the Titan, but it's more like a squeegee in, I suppose. I just want to differentiate them in the right terms. You know what I mean? Brush in jointing compound. Titan is two-part epoxy. The others are one part. Jointing mortar. Yeah. So what would I call this one then, the Titan? Would this be just two-part epoxy? Or premium joint? Let's just do premium. Premium two-part epoxy. Is it just ready mixed? Yeah. Most basic brushing are cement based, are they? I didn't know that. Also, anyone had this before? Quoted a block pave job today and her patio looked clean. It was old concrete slabs, not the big ones. The square fake Indian sandstone looking ones. She's seen a hack online to sprinkle washing powder everywhere and let it rain it off, and it looked amazing. Yeah, I have seen that actually. Yeah. premium 2-part epoxy jointing compound. Brush in. Should I just do budget? And if you use something that's in between this, you can just figure it out yourself, I suppose. So the budget stuff, I'm at £15 per square metre, which is 11, minus the pressure washing. And for the premium stuff, the Titan, I'm at £20, so that would be 16. Nice and easy for me, that is. I don't really need to work it out. So this is repointing materials and labour only. Someone looking at this as like a quick peek, do you think they can tell that it's this plus this? Grinding, material and labour only. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? Cement based, 1-part epoxy fusion, 2-part epoxy Titan. Oh, I didn't know there was 3 different types. I know there's a bunch of different brands and stuff, but I didn't know there was 3 different types of jointing compound. So that's why there's so much variation in price. I thought they were all very, very similar. So the 1-part epoxy, is that already got the epoxy? There's 4 or 5 different types. So the 1-part epoxy, the one that's in the middle of these two, how's that activated? Is it activated by water, just like the first one? For me, it's easy to follow. Top part is basic cost, below is added services. Yes, that's what we're going for. Yeah. And these I generally get around about 15 square meters roughly per tub, quite consistently, very consistently actually. And I'm not worrying about really joint width or depth. I mean, we're always grinding out to about 2.5 centimeters down. If the joints are super thick, I'll put this up a couple of pounds per square meter, but I'm not going to break the cost down for thick joints and thin joints. I don't think it makes sense. There you go, Matt. Way ahead of you, mate. Oh, yes. What sort of meter square? Oh, you've already... Yeah. Air. It's activated by air. Is that why they're in vacuum sealed bags? Ah. Do we know if the Titan actually lasts longer than, for example, Pave Tough or from Travis? Based on my experience with Titan, I've gone back to properties a couple months later, after it's like fully cured, and I'm not joking, it's absolutely rock solid. And I've even pressure washed over it when we did, what's the best way to show you? When we did this big tarmac restoration, this one here, so there's some cobbles, see them, I'm pointing at the screen, see them cobbles there on the thumbnail? We pointed them up. They're super thick joints, super deep, super thick. We pointed it up with the grey Titan, just filled up the gaps, and then he asked us to come back and put another coat on the drive, put another coat of tarmac sealer on the drive, literally like probably like 6 weeks later, because the drive had been, you know, it was a year later after we'd tarmac sealed this drive. So it's been a year since we sealed it. We went back, pointed up the cobbles, and then about another month later, he wanted another coat on the driveway. And so as part of the cleaning the driveway, I also just quickly, lightly ran the turbo over some of that pointing that we'd put down like a month later. And I thought, oh god, this is like, it's not even affecting the surface quality or anything. Like, let's see how close I can get before I start to see some degradation in the surface quality of the Titan. With the turbo nozzle at around about 150 bar, I was getting super close and nothing was happening. It was just solid. If that was another cheaper jointing compound that I've used in the past, that would have blown it well out, like long before that. So I am confident in saying that it's way stronger than the cheaper stuff we've used in the past. So we've used Easy Joint, we've used Joint It, we've used Sicker Fast Fix, we've used the Screw Fix no nonsense stuff, and the Titan just blows all of those out of the water. So which is why we've permanently switched over to just using Titan, just so that I can offer my customers a little bit of longevity and just say, like, this is the best, the best product we've used, and so we're happy using it on your property stuff. I would suggest that the cheaper ones are, I tell the customers, this product is decorative and you can expect it to last between 2 and 3 years, unless if you're pressure washing it. It's a decorative item. It's not got any structural integrity whatsoever. Whereas the Titan, we've installed the Titan knowing that there's loose slabs, and we said to the customer, like, you probably want to get these slabs sorted before we do our bit. And they said, oh, I'm not really bothered, to be honest. I'm not bothered if there's a couple of loose ones. And I said, well, when you step on them, it's going to pop some of the jointing compound. And they said, oh, there's only a few. We're not going to bother. We're fine. Just carry on and do it. I'm like, okay. And the Titan has actually secured some of these slabs back into place. So it has some sort of structural integrity as well. And the cheaper ones don't do that. They'll pop as soon as you walk on them if you have a loose slab. So in my experience, it's just so much better. Epoxy jointing compound, acrylic jointing compound, polyurethane jointing compound, silicone jointing compound, cementous jointing compound, oil-based jointing. Oh my god. Titan literally is sand mixed with 2-part epoxy. You're laying a resin drive between the gaps, in essence. Oh, really? Ah. That's a good way of looking at it. Ah. Okay. Oh, my neck's hurting. Right. Are we good with that? What's next? Do we move on to roof cleaning yet? Or have we covered all our other costs? We haven't done things like maintenance plans. But I'm not really... Maybe we could put maintenance. Does anyone know what they charge for applying weed killer? That would be quite interesting. And presumably that would be charged per square meter. So this was always around about £1 per square meter for me, but I'm going to put it up to £1.50 since my prices have gone up slightly. This is ground surfaces. Not that I put weed killer down, but if we do intend to in the future, maintenance ground. Surface maintenance. Moving garden pots and furniture. That's a good. I mean, how would you price that really? We've got like a base rate of about £15 to move pots and furniture. I think you would just price that based on the job, because some could be absolutely insane, some could be relatively simple. I think you'd just price it based on time. Does anyone know a rough cost for weed killer application that they can tell me? While you guys are having a think, let's move on to roof cleaning. Scraping. Shallow pitch. And I'm going to copy this Is this a good way of doing it? Working out a price per square meter rather than doing that weird multiplication every time. So mine is £8 per square meter. Should we do like 1.2 here? Should we do that? £5 if they don't offer a coffee. That's a fair point. Very fair. Should we do like this? Because my base price is £8 per square meter. And then if we times 8 by 1.2, it's £9.60. Medium pitch, 1.4 is £11.20. Steep, 1.6 is £12.80. And so I don't need to do that. I don't need to multiply the volume, the area, by 1.2 or 1.4 anymore. I just do it like that, which I think makes more sense. About 80 square meter from a bottle of weed killer, 1 litre, and that's £22. So you'd need to buy in bulk litres to get the price down and charge. You're probably not going to get much more than £40 or £30 for monthly. Do you think you'd need to do it monthly? I think monthly would be good, but I think you could probably get away with 2 monthly. Every 2 monthly for weed killer. So you clean the drive. I think we're mainly talking about block paving, aren't we? So you clean the drive, you come back within about 2 months, apply the weed killer, and then come back within another 2 months. And it's like a maintenance plan. So let's base it on like a 60 square meter drive. You're probably not going to use much in product, and it's probably going to be very quick in and out of the van, isn't it? I think 30 quid's probably about right for that. If you get like, I mean, it's quicker than cleaning the windows. Yes, you're using a little bit of product, but it's not that much really when you've diluted it down. And if you can book all your weed killing jobs in for a day, and you just whiz around and do them all, 30 quid a pop for an average driveway. You could do, 5 to 10 of them. You could do 10 of them easy in a day and get 300 quid. Otherwise you'll have 10 price points. Yeah, that's true. On a job just now doing traditional repoint, customers are Indian and made us the best curry I've ever had for tea. Oh, that's amazing. We had Indian neighbours at our old house, and they used to bring around curry all the time, and it was some of the best food I've ever tasted. And I never knew what the curry was that I was eating. I just knew it was incredible. Extract the weed killer. You say that, mate, but not a bad idea. Stick a bit of surfactant in it to help it stay where you want it. Not a bad idea. What are we thinking for weed killer? 30 quid divided by 60, that's 50p per square metre. Do you think that's about right? Or do you think that's cheap? You'd be in and out of the van in less than 5 minutes, and you would not use that much product. And if you're getting it done every couple of months, no one's going to pay 60 quid for you to come and weed kill their drive. 30 quid's like, based on a 60 square meter drive, I think 30 quid's reasonable. 60 quid's too much. Hard to make weed killer maintenance worthwhile, I find. Cleaned a drive recently and charged 350 quid. Offered him weed maintenance at £25 per month, but then across 12 months that's 300 quid. So he said, surely I'll just get the drive done each year. Very good point. I think 30 quid every 2 months is more reasonable. I don't think you need to do it every month, personally. 30 quid every 2 months is 180 quid a year to maintain a 60 square metre driveway. I think that's about right to keep it looking good all year. Because sometimes you'll clean the driveway and within 2 weeks there's weeds coming back. So I think it's an important service, and if you can add it into your arsenal, I think it's a worthwhile service to offer. It's just expensive to get started with the training courses. Are we liking the way I've organised this or not? Any feedback on this? It's a terrible plan. You can't go near a lawn with it. True. Yeah, I don't think you'd want to charge any less than... Oh, you couldn't charge much more as it's such a quick in and out job. You don't need to weed kill all year round. I suppose you don't need to do it through the winter, do you? You wouldn't need to do it through the winter. You'd still probably want to do the biocide treatment through the winter, but that's where you can sort of alternate them. You could combine these, reduce the price of your biocide and up the price of your weed killer application, and just say, depending on the issues, we might just do a weed killer treatment or we might just do a biocide treatment. Depends on what needs doing. Depends on if you've got more weeds or if you've got more moss and algae. Through the winter, I think moss and algae and damp, you're going to want biocide. Through the summer, you're going to want weed killer, aren't you? We've just figured it out. We're doing it. I often base it on the level of moss on the roof. Really? So you charge a different amount for your roof cleans depending on how much moss there is? That's interesting. See, the way I see that is service is like pressure washing a driveway. It doesn't matter how dirty it is to me because we're doing the same process that we do on every driveway. We might scoop up a bit more muck, but we're leaving it with the customer anyway. Same with the roof. We're scraping or pressure washing every single roof tile. So does it matter how much is on the roof if we're doing it anyway? Yes, there's a bit more cleanup to do, I suppose. But we're leaving the moss with the customer. You charge a bit more with the moss. Okay. And these, really, we're charging about the same with these now. Scraping is more labour intensive, we've found. However, there's less cleanup than pressure washing. And I think they balance each other out. So I think we're the same on both. Does anyone charge differently for their roof scraping compared to their pressure washing? And does this sound about right to you, or does this sound cheap? I always worry about being cheap. Had some roofs that are massively mossy and took a long time. Yeah. I mean, roofs take a long time anyway, don't they? But how much longer do you think? I mean, it definitely adds time. I'm not pretending that it doesn't. It's about right, is it? Exactly what you just said. I think it balances out. Yeah. During the summer, can't beat a scrape. I mean, it's hot work sometimes, though, isn't it? What have we got left to go through on the price list? I mean, gutters. Let's just have this as one category. So breaking it all up. Ow! Oh my god. The light almost fell off. I've just bashed my knee again. Gutter vacuum. And I call it now, instead of saying gutter cleaning or gutter clearing, to be super specific for the customer, to save any confusion, because we've had confusion over the years where you arrive to do the job and there's some sort of miscommunication about, oh, I thought you were cleaning them as well. It's like, no, I've only quoted to clear them out. So you've got to be very intentional with your language. So we're quoting gutter vacuum now, because that's what we're doing. It's self-explanatory. We're sucking your guts. Gutter vacuum, and we're at £45, and we're quoting this per side. I want to reduce all these to 8. Gutter, fascia, and soffit wash has gone up to £50 per side because we don't enjoy the work. So these used to be 40 and this used to be 45. I don't know, this could be 45, it could stay the same. I'm going to put a little disclaimer here. Plus, I'll put it here, plus £20. What are the sides called? They're not called gable ends. Side of roof. Rake. Soffit. Gable. Gable? Gable. Yeah, the sides, the gable ends. Plus £20 per gable. Oh. I don't want to do a formula. How do we do that without doing a formula? I'm going to do plus £20 per gable. So, if we've got front and back, 100 quid. If you want the sides doing as well, 140 quid. For the gutter fascia and soffit wash. Does that sound reasonable? Use a hyphen first. Oh, it's okay, I'll just leave it like that. Does that sound reasonable? And here we're doing plus £20 for conservatories. So that's what we've been going with. If it's front and back plus conservatory, it's 110 quid. I think that's reasonable for the gutter vacuum. Dry verge. Pine end. Barge boards. We call them apexes. Jake, Jake, to test if the downpipe is blocked, do you just get up there and tip some water down it? No, we never put water down it. Seems like a lot of effort, really. That does. Although I do like the idea of getting up and just putting a hose in the gutter, because you could almost potentially flush them out as well if the bottom of the gutters are a bit dusty and you've just vacuumed them. Taking a hose up there and just giving it a rinse through could make your before and after pictures look a bit better, and you get to test the downpipes. Most of the time, we're putting the nozzle in the top and listening at the bottom to check whether we've got flow coming through. And also, we're getting up on the ladder to inspect the downpipes on every single gutter clear. So when we're doing our gutter clearing, it's either me or Jakey on the ground, and then the other one sets the ladder up at the downpipe, so we can see the other. Oh, my camera's gone off. This live stream must be just going ham. It's 3 hours and 30 minutes. Low battery, powering off. Damn it. Okay. Well, it looks like we're going freestyle with no camera then. That's all right. So sorry about that, everyone. So when we've been, when we're clearing out the gutters, one of us is up at the downpipe and we can see inside the downpipe really clearly, and you can tell whether it's blocked or not immediately. And then we're this is weird without a camera. And then we're also pointing the other person in the direction of where they need to go back over. Plug the USB back in. It's USB power. I mean, it is. It has been. Maybe I need to do that. It was using USB, but it's also got a battery in it. Well, I don't think this is enough to... Let me try something else. I might have to put the camera further up. You guys might have to go up top. Slightly different camera angle. Nope. Let's try deactivate, activate. Any luck? I think I might have to like end the stream and restart it, so I just don't think I'm going to bother. No, I'm not going to bother. Sorry. Doesn't matter. So yeah, one of us is inspecting the gutters while the other one's clearing them out, basically. And we can, because we're at the point of the downpipe, we can always check whether they're clear or not by either looking down them visually or checking the bottom of them. I charge the same for the clean, £80 for the clear, but it's £80 for the clean for me. So £80 for the clear and £80 for the clean. So yeah, you're charging the same for both. What about the houses with gutters at high level and low level? Does that count as two sides? No, that's just one side. It doesn't. The biggest time sink for the gutters is moving the equipment around and setting up. It's not necessarily like doing the top row of gutters and then you've got an additional row at the bottom. It's not. I think the time is negligible. I don't think it's a massive increase in time. Do you do much window and conservatory cleaning these days? We tend to avoid, like we're avoiding the gutter fascia and soffit washing, we tend to avoid conservatory cleaning where possible. But someone said in the chat the other day, per panel, conservatory, let's just do conservatory roof cleaning, £10 per panel. Seems about right for that service. You count the panels up, you count the roof panels up, and £10 is around about right. Maybe a little bit more, I don't know. I want to call this something other than gutters. What can we call this? Because I'm going to include solar panels. What was the response for weed killing? Be interested to see where I'm at. Currently charging 70p per metre squared. Worked out at 20p per metre for the cost. 50p per metre for the profit. So is your cost your labour and your materials? I put it out as around about 50p, but just purely because I don't think, based on like an average 60 square metre drive, that people are going to pay more than 30 quid for like a brief weed killer treatment. You know what I mean? For you to jump out the van, spend literally 5 minutes spraying weed killer around, and then buzz off again in the van, I don't think people are paying I don't think people are paying any more than about 30 quid for an average driveway, personally. Every couple of months. I did Christmas lights last year. Wondering with your Christmas light service, do you have a set price? You felt that you was too cheap. Yeah, it can feel like that, can't it? We had a minimum charge of £90. Should we put a minimum charge in here? I think we put a minimum charge. Damn it, I always insert the rows on the wrong bit. Currency. And let's do this in grey. This one's going to go back to white. So minimum charge is for the roof cleaning, it's always 700. Unless they want, for some reason, like half the roof cleaning, which some people have asked for. I'm not sure I'd even do that really, but some people have asked for it. Minimum charge for the repointing is around about 500 quid. Minimum charge for biocide application is 75 quid. Minimum charge for tarmac sealing, 400 quid. I don't think I have a minimum charge for these, actually. I definitely do for the tarmac sealing. I'll probably mirror that on that as well. Pressure washing ground surfaces, minimum charge is around about 135 now. Gutter vacuum, minimum charge 80. Fascia and soffit wash would be, I guess, the same. Conservatory would be minimum of 120. Solar panel, minimum of, I'd say, 100 quid. These, I'm just pulling these prices out my arse, most of them. I have thought about these in the past, but you haven't included render cleaning. We don't get a lot of render cleaning, to be fair. Generally £150 per side. I hope people are finding this useful, and I know that some people might criticize this of me just giving prices away to people, and I understand the criticism, but for you guys to have sat here and potentially watched almost 4 hours of this live stream, I mean, you're probably pretty hardcore into the exterior cleaning side of things, so I don't mind sharing my prices with you guys. I'm not going to go onto Facebook on my Facebook story and post this to the general public and to everyone else that's just trying to, you know, try and learn my pricing so they can just copy what I'm doing. This isn't what this is about. There's only a certain, you know, there's a few select people that are taking the time out of their day to sit and watch this, and I would say you're pretty like deep within the community if you're deciding to watch this, so I don't mind sharing my prices with you lot. Render cleaning, Christmas light installation would be, I think render cleaning minimum of, I think I'd be happy doing 100 and, that doesn't make sense there, does it? You know, sometimes you get like a little one side of render. Are you going to stick that on Discord? Do you want me to? Do you think it's worth it? You get so much off of it, K-Ren cleaning the most. Oh, really? That's interesting. We have a decent amount of render around here, but I suppose I don't advertise for it. It's not on my website. And it's not on my website. It's not one of the services that I've put here. And we don't show a lot of content for for render cleaning because we just don't get a lot of it. Would you not have a minimum charge for block paving ceiling? Yes, but these could also be patio ceiling as well. And patio ceiling is like super easy. Like to clean like an Indian sandstone patio and then go back in a couple of days to just roll some sealer on it or just to spray 2 coats of sealer on it. It's such an easy job. And it feels like it doesn't really matter how big the patio is. We'd still do it, cover the cost of materials, cover our time. I suppose for the ceiling itself, maybe 120 quid. But are you adding this on as well? I don't know. I don't want to convolute it too much. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Christmas light installation. We had a minimum charge, I think, of £90, and average job was between £90 and £140. It's hard to put a price on this. It's hard to put like a set price because we're sort of guesstimating. We're looking at the size of the property and guesstimating. Oh, my neck's killing. Oh man. This is so helpful, Jake. I'm extremely grateful for all the other services. I'd have been stumbling in the dark. It's such a useful starting point and will help me avoid getting burned. Oh, nice. Matt, I'm very glad that it's useful for you. I think Daz was talking about the block pave ceiling minimum charge. I agree, about 125 quid. We can put that in. Try to watch when I can. This is my second full-time job. I fly full-time, not a pilot, but I have so much time off flying, and I agree it's very helpful. Okay, good. Tintins, what do you fly if you're not a pilot? You've intrigued me there, mate. You fly what could you possibly fly if you're not a pilot? Or do you mean you're like an air, like a hostess style? What do they call them? Christmas light installation. I'm just gonna pick a middle ground here and go 120 quid. So anything over 100 quid seems like a hard sell for Christmas light installation, but I think it's around about right. I mean, we've got a minimum charge of 90 for something simple, but you can really get caught out on Christmas light installation if the customer wants something quite complex. Like we did one recently where we had to wrap the lights around a tree, and that was just the biggest pain in the arse, and I wanted to kill myself as we were doing it. And Jakey had given up. He'd given up hope, and it was raining. It was miserable. And I just never want to do that again. If she gets in contact this year, I'm just going to say I'm really sorry, I don't want to do it. We can't make enough money on it to justify me spending the time to do that again. Cabin crew, okay. Awesome. I only ask, mate, because it's 30 square metres of block paving, sealer job is stumping me. Seems too small to be pricing it around 300 quid. Oh no, I'd say 30 quid. I'd say 300 quid's about right. Yeah, I mean, when you look at, like, you've got to clean the thing, you've got to resand it on a separate day, and then buy the products to seal it, and then spend the labour to seal it. I think 300 quid as a minimum charge is around about right for that, if you include the cleaning as well. Even just the added stress and anxiety that sealing brings, I think it's justified. %. Have we missed anything? Or have we got our price list? That's quite nice and organised, isn't it? I've tried to create price lists in the past, but it's never looked this good. Marius, no problem, mate. No worries. Obviously, you don't need to copy this. If any of you guys want to tweak this, like this is me, right? Almost 5 years in now. This will be my 5th year soon. And this is based on my equipment, my experience, my social media presence and stuff. I feel like I offer a fairly premium service. If you're just starting out, chances are you might not be charging £4.50 to clean block paving. You might not be able to justify that to your customer because you've just started, and your results might not be as good. You might not be using chemicals. The quality of your resanding might not be so good. I'm not saying that I offer the best service, but I feel like the service that we do offer is quite a premium one. And so I would say don't copy this to the T. Just use it as, you know who I am, and use it as a base point. You've missed the block magic. Ooh, I don't really want to do many more block magic jobs unless they're small. We've actually got 2 booked in next month that I'll be filming. That is a good point. Why do I always insert it in the wrong place? This is £12 per square metre generally, but 13, so we're going to go 9. Plus the hard setting sand. So sometimes, most of the ones we've done, we're adding on the cost of hard setting sand as well. Can I start pressure washing with zero knowledge? All I know is from the videos I've watched. I don't know how to operate the equipment, etc., but obviously it wouldn't be too hard to pick up. Mate, you can do anything. If you're, watching videos and you're spending your time doing research, these machines aren't designed to be difficult to use. They're designed for generally, general public to be able to just pick them up, read the instructions briefly, and get going. There is a bit of a learning curve in that if something breaks or something's not working as you expect it to, there's a lot of, to be fair, there's a lot I've learned about physics and water and like the way water behaves and pumps and engines and stuff. There's a lot that I've learned that I never expected that I'd learn. So it's like it's a bell curve. Is it a bell curve? Where what's that knowledge curve? What's that thing? It's a Dunning-Kruger effect. There we go. It's not the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's similar to this, but it's more like a knowledge curve. Where you get into it and you think you've picked up everything that you can possibly learn, and then you realize how massive the subject matter is, and then you realize how much more you've got to learn, and then gradually you start to learn. And I don't think this is explained very well in the Dunning-Kruger effect, because these are generally for like the arc of stupid people that think they know more than they do, and that's not what I'm trying to explain. But bell curve, is it a bell curve? Is there a meme? A meme would be even better to explain. Maybe not. That's not bad. That's not bad. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say? Look at this cheeky boy. Little cheeky chappy. My minimum for weed spraying application is 30 quid, probably around 40 quid on average and hardly any pushbacks, mainly do 10 week cycles. Oh, okay, 10 weeks. 30 quid minimum charge. Can we put 30 quid here just to copy you, is that okay? 10 weeks. So that's a little bit more than 2 months really, isn't it? I'm going to do every 2 months. And I'm going to do every 6 months. Anything we need to... Oh, Sean, thanks for watching, mate. Appreciate it. Haven't included stain removal or acid washing. I haven't got a set price for stain removal. Has anyone got a way of pricing things like... We don't do many oil stains. We don't do many rust removal jobs. And we don't include it as part of our standard cleaning service. So some people they're cleaning like Indian sandstone, for example, and their cleaning price includes any and all stain removal. And I just don't know how they're making money. The cost of some of these stain removal products are crazy. And then the time that you'd put in to apply like a rust treatment beforehand or an oil treatment and do multiple applications, you can't factor that into like a normal job. It's so much more of a time sink and the cost of chemicals and stuff. So I think it needs to be priced additionally. And there's like a disclaimer. We should make another disclaimer because we've got disclaimers in the Discord. We should make a disclaimer really about remote quoting. I think we should do a remote quoting disclaimer that says we need access to a water supply. If there are any stains that you're particularly concerned about that aren't just general organic staining, if there's like any mortar stains or any rust stains, oil stains that you're particularly concerned about, you need to let us know at the quoting stage. Don't just assume that we're going to be able to clean them and include it in the price. This is a good guide. No worries, Marius. Has to be price of the product and labour cost on top, separate from cleaning. Is the Discord free? The Discord is, I think it's around about £5 a month for a Circle membership. £12 a month if you'd like all the boosted images as well to help you with your marketing and your advertising and stuff. Loads of different sections for like wood care and tarmac. Loads of pictures, resin. Stain removal. Here we go. Speak of the devil. I thought I was putting my middle finger up then. That was a weird picture. That job didn't really go to plan. The oil cleared product. That oil clear pro didn't do anything. Customer wasn't very happy. But I don't make guarantees when it comes to oil cleaning. We did our best. That's a good picture, isn't it? Shame I've got no after pictures on that one. Repointing. In the jobs where we've used this Pro Joint Poly Sweep, in some of the thicker joints, like, you know, patios where you don't really want to use like a proper, like Nexus Titan, for example, because it just, the patio is either crap and you can't justify the cost of the product to the customer, or the joints are really thin. I think this is a really good solution. I think the Pro Joint Poly Sweep's like really nice for this sort of stuff. You just brush it in dry, wet it, and it sets hard. I advise Rich to do this today. I think it's a really good idea, because this patio was like not in very good condition. The way it'd been laid, the way the slabs were all over the place, it just wasn't a very good job done. Look at that. Look at the difference in the joints. No worries, Stephen. I'm glad you found it useful, mate. We leave it there for today, because we'd be really clutching at straws to try and add much more to this list. So I will save this and find some sort of way of uploading it to the... Isn't the polysweep going to last as long as the brushing jointing compound? I'd assume so, but it goes into the joints easier. Yeah, I'd assume it would be a very similar product, but you brush it in dry instead of wet. And particularly on like super smooth slabs like that one, it's really easy. Really easy application. Thanks for the stream, Jack. Thanks everyone for watching, and yeah, I'll figure out a way of uploading that into the Discord so that you guys can reference it at a later date. We've been going for 4 hours. I really appreciate you lot watching. If you fancy signing up to the Discord, best place to go is to the main YouTube channel, and there's a link at the top in the description of the YouTube channel here, and you can just click that. Support members don't get access to the full Discord. They've only got their support chat. Circle members and above get access to everything. So, thanks for watching. Have a lovely evening. I'm going to hang around for 30 seconds because I want this to hit 4 hours on the live stream. We're at 3 hours 59 minutes and 36 seconds at the minute, so I'm just going to hang around for a bit. Thanks for watching, Writer. Hamza, thank you. Matt, Daz, Wayne. Hope everyone got something useful from this. Watch my latest videos. Got a roof cleaning video that we uploaded last week. Quite a fun watch. Doesn't take up too much of your day. 10 minutes long. Right. Thanks for watching.